it's game time. It's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
You know, sometimes I feel like I'm looking down on another team when asking whether or not that game's going to be a trap game. But, Bump, that is where we're going to start the show today. No disrespect to the Arizona Cardinals, who just got a 10-point win over the Dallas Cowboys, including a great performance by their defense against one of the league's highest-scoring offenses. And yet, I think there are a lot of Seahawks fans, understandably, and Bump, this includes me, that have their eyes set on a November 16th matchup against the Rams, wanting to see how does Seattle measure up against another great team. But make no mistake, and you've been saying it all week, do not look past the Arizona Cardinals. So let's talk a bit about what the challenge will be, where the opportunities are, and then I've got some sound for you. First, I can already tell by you shaking your head, do not look past the Cardinals.
Nah, this ain't a trap game. This is a divisional game. Divisional games, man, you can't sleep. You can't sleep on any game in the NFL that's not college football, where Bama's going to play some lower-level team the week before their last game. This is the NFL. And when you watch, there's a reason why they made the move from Jacoby Brissett. We're hearing now that Kyler Murray was banged up. That obviously plays a role into it. But I also think it might be a blessing in disguise for these guys because he looks sharp back there. He looks like a pro. With Jacoby, he's a backup for a reason, though. If he were a bona fide starter in this league, he would hold down the spot for a while. He did that in Indianapolis for a little bit. But no, there are some players over here. You got Josh Sweat, who's having himself a good season with 7 sacks. You got Collins. You have Baker, Wilson at the linebacker spot. You also have the young man out of Michigan, Johnson, at the corner spot, who's playing some decent football. His numbers aren't going to reflect that, but he's keeping the football in front of him. And offensively, they have some weapons, too. You got Marvin Harrison. You got the young man out of Stanford, Michael Wilson. There's just a lot of places you can go. And when you're coming off a big win, if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you are playing confident. The last 3 games, they're averaging 356 yards of offense. That's there with the Seahawks when it comes to 360. Like, they're playing some decent football. So, no, this ain't a trap game. This is a divisional game. For the fans, it might be a trap game.
Sure.
For these guys here in this building at VMAC, nah, they're locked in.
All right, let's talk about what looks different for this team with Brissett. Cut 1, here's what Mike McDonald had to tell reporters yesterday.
Until they've done, some moving and shaking over their bye, which all good teams do, consistently evaluate and evolve, and they've done that. And I think you've seen the effect of that, of how effective they've been. Even before the bye, I thought they were moving the ball well. They're putting up points. They're playing efficiently. They're taking care of the ball. They're doing a lot of really good things. That's what they're doing. I mean, they were doing that before, but just how they got it done was a little different with Jacoby's a little more under center. They've eliminated some of the quarterback-driven run game that Kyler brings. So there's some differences in how they're operating, but it's been effective. I thought they really dictated terms in the game on Monday night.
And let's take a listen to a former quarterback. Cut 2, here's Kurt Warner when asked whether Jacoby runs the Cards' offense better than Kyler.
I think you could say better. I would just say more on schedule and more on time. That's just who Jacoby is. He's always been a pocket-type passer that plays on time and on schedule. And Kyler, although really good when he's throwing to his number one guy and he knows where he wants to go with football, obviously is a different kind of playmaker when he kind of gets beyond that and wants to create and make the big plays in other ways. And so when you're looking at in structure and timing and all of that stuff, yeah, Jacoby's playing within this offense better than I think Kyler did, but they're different. And, a lot of it does come down to how you want to play. And that's the interesting dynamic here.
Jacoby has started 3 games for the Cardinals, Kyler the other 5. Despite that, Jacoby Brissett has the same number of touchdowns as Kyler with 6. Also has only 1 interception. And a key stat, 5 fewer batted balls, 7 batted balls for Kyler Murray compared to just 2 for Jacoby Brissett. What do you see in this offense with Jacoby?
Exactly what Coach McDonald said. They're under center more. When you're under center, you can influence the second level with your play action stuff. He's efficient. He stands tall in the pocket. He knows where to throw the football. Marvin Harrison had 10 targets last game. That's tied for the second most this season. And they're capable, and like Kurt said as well, they're just on time with their stuff. There's the thing that makes Kyler special are the off-schedule plays and him being able to create. With Jacoby Brissett, his skill set is a bit different. He's a taller pocket passer quarterback. He understands that he's not going to be able to roll to the right side, pat the ball a few times, be a run threat, and then let the football go. No, they're on point. Josh Allen does the same thing, right? The thing that makes him special are his off-schedule throws, but he's able to be on time as well. So it's almost like you have – I'm not saying they are Josh Allen, but with them combined, you would have like a Josh Allen type of quarterback. In this situation here, you got a pure pocket passer, and it's efficient. Like when I watch his footwork is on point. His balance is on point because he has to be. He's not the most athletic guy. There are gifts and curses for that. How is McDonald going to make this guy have to get out the pocket? I think that is the key. You must put pressure on him and get him to jack up his rhythm, because once his rhythm is messed up, then he starts making mistakes.
One thing that I want to point to and continue to talk about is kind of like the idea of what is a team when they're always in a game? Are they a team that's struggling, that can't finish a game out? Or are they a team that's always competitive, that maybe should have 5 wins or should have 6 wins? Because the Arizona Cardinals lost 5 in a row. 49ers, Seahawks, Titans, Colts, Packers. Now, there are some bad teams. The Titans are a bad team. The 49ers were a bit more banged up when the Arizona Cardinals faced them. However, over those 5 losses, they lost by a combined 18 points. That is combined over those 5 games. They've got 2 losses of just 1 point, 16-15 49ers, 22-21 to the Titans. So I guess my question is this a team where you're looking at them going, look, you got to close games out? Like this is the sign of a team that's struggling, or is this a team that should be much better than their record?
No, I can't say they should be much better, because if you're not closing out games, you're not closing out games. That's an essential piece of any sport. You got to be able to hang around for a while and then throw the final blow to put your opponent away. I'd say they're good enough to beat you. They're bad enough to lose. Not clutch enough yet. Not making the plays down the stretch. When you have so many losses by X amount of points, you're in the game. You're good enough to hang around. I mean, most teams in the NFL are good enough to hang around if you let them. So now it's about just finishing. And that's a maturation type of thing too. You know, you are dependent on some young guys. You do have some veterans on that team as well. But when a team isn't able to throw the final punch, right, to put that combo together on Street Fighter and knock your opponent out, that means they're just not mature yet. But there's no denying the talent that's on this football team. I mean, if they just beat the Titans, all right, they beat the Titans in one more game, throw an upset in there, say San Francisco, right? That's 2 more wins. We're looking at this team completely different. Yeah. The same way we look at the Seahawks, man, that 49ers game they could have won. That Bucs game they could have won. That's the NFL. It comes down to about, as Moyer likes to say, about 5 plays where you can look and say, okay, these were defining moments in this game. Obviously, I haven't watched all of their games from start to end, so I couldn't tell you exactly what the defining moments have been for these guys, but I guarantee you they're there.
Here's my question. I think that some people would look at the Dallas Cowboys and go, oh, well, that's just not a good team. The Dallas Cowboys defense had really been struggling this year without Micah Parsons. The Dallas Cowboys offense had been a top 5 scoring offense in the league. They put up just 17 points against the Arizona Cardinals. So I am less concerned about, oh my God, can Jacoby Brissett in the Cardinals offense drop 30 on the Seahawks defense? And a little more concerned with, what does the Arizona Cardinals pass rush look like against a Seattle team that, while incredibly explosive through the air, has kind of struggled to be wholly complete?
Well, here's the thing. I look at the Cowboys a little different. All right, because you put up 24 points against Denver. Yes, probably the best defense in the game. Still 24 points. And you put up 27 points against the Arizona Cardinals. They're riding the wave of a 44-point performance by the Commanders, 37 points by against the Jets, and 40 against the New York Giants. They are explosive, but as of late, they haven't been that explosive. But I'm not going to knock the Cardinals. Obviously, they did some things to I guess, keep them from putting up those points. But that's we talked about power rankings yesterday.
Yeah.
That's when power ranking kind of comes into play, I think, because you're looking at this team in a smaller window, because these stats at the beginning of the year can fool you, right? You can have 3 games and a team looks great on paper. Man, they're averaging X amount of points and yada, yada, or it can look horrible. And then you get to week 6 and you're like, okay, this is more of who they are. And then from there, you got to kind of take them like by a couple weeks at a time. So, yes, the Cowboys, on paper, one of the best offenses out there. I think they are struggling, but I also think that the Cardinals are getting better despite what their record looks like.
Okay, so Cardinals getting better despite what their record looks like, but that defensive performance against Dallas maybe not truly reflective of what it would look like.
I mean, they still have to play
Seattle.
defense, you know?
They still have to play defense, but maybe not reflective of what it would look like exactly against Seattle. I will say about Seattle, and we're going to get to the huddle later from noon to 2, a preview show for the weekend, and we're going to talk with Josh Weinfuss of ESPN. Curious to ask him a bit about the secondary especially. We've talked all year, especially over the last couple of weeks, about how will defenses start to challenge this pass game. I'm sure the Arizona Cardinals want to lean into a pass rush that was solid against Dallas, but also want to, quote, force Seattle to run. Mm-hmm. That being said, their defense is a bit banged up. They've got Garrett Williams, who just came back, has struggled. He's allowed 3 touchdowns. And then they've got, where did I write down? They've got another corner that's in concussion protocol. Budda Baker dealing with a hamstring injury. I mean, if I were unconnected to the Seahawks in any way, I'd still favor Seattle in this one.
Yeah, they should be the favorite. I mean, you're coming off a good win against the Commanders. Your offense is efficient. Your defense is showing to be one of the best in the league. There's no denying that they should be favored to win this game. And if I were a betting man, I'd put money on the Seahawks to win this game. I just always respect the opponent, and I think everyone in this league does. I respect what Jacoby is doing. I feel like Marvin Harrison is kind of settling into who he is. Defensively, they've done some things on that defensive line to help them out. Like, there are some decent ball players over there, and all it takes is one game where everything starts to click for a team, right? And I'm watching the film from last week. You can see things starting to click for the Arizona Cardinals. Doesn't mean it's going to be enough to win on Sunday. Who knows? But when you see them completing passes with ease, having a couple explosive runs, rallying to the football, getting after that quarterback and Dak Prescott in the pass game, you got to respect it. So they're good enough to beat you, but the Hawks should be favored to win this.
They should, and I just feel like not only, is it hopeful that they win it, but like, I know, again, the rest of the league is looking at that game against the Rams. They aren't quite sure who do we rank above the others. Is it the Rams? Is it the Seahawks? Who's going to win the division? It does a lot for your momentum. I know some people don't believe in that, but I do, to beat the Cardinals and then go into that game against the Rams. Like, you've got a perfect platform. All week long, we've been hearing national voices, Stephen A. Smith, Pat McAfee, whoever else, talking about the Seahawks, saying the Seahawks are a wagon, right? J.J. Watt in Cut 3 was on with Pat McAfee saying just that. Listen.
I'm with you. The Seahawks are a wagon, dude. Like, I think the West Coast kind of loses. I think there's true football fans and deep football fans obviously know it, but they're putting something together out there. And then you go ahead and you add Shaheed to it. That's Sam Darnold's playing unbelievable football. That whole West Coast right now with the Rams and everybody, like, there is some very good ball going on out there.
There is. Like, these are, you could argue, the 2 best teams in the NFC. I know not everyone would say that, but it's because the NFC has like 5 or 6 teams that have 6 wins. So there's a lot of arguments to be made. But you could make the argument that 1 and 2 are the Rams and Seahawks.
Yeah.
And keep that momentum going with a win against the Cardinals. I do think that it shifts the narrative just a little bit if they lose. Because all of a sudden it becomes, well, maybe the Commanders were just really bad.
Exactly. That's what's at stake with this right here. I think that the Hawks could stub their toe and lose this game and still be fine when it comes to trying to win the division, get into the playoffs, and becoming real contenders. But this is part of building your identity. It's making sure that you take care of the teams that you're supposed to take care of. You are a better team on paper. You're a better team statistically. I think you're a better coach team. Like, all the boxes are being favored. You are being checked on your side, but you still got to go out there and play. So this is part of the mental gymnastics that football teams have to go through throughout the season is, all right, you're flying high. You're coming off a win. You're finally getting some love. I don't care what anyone says in this building. Mike McDonald hears the noise. The players hear the noise about the love that they're getting. How are you going to handle that? And when you have such a young team, that's not a concern, but something that you have to pay attention to is just how do you handle when you're being praised? How do you keep that chip on your shoulder? With the leadership of Mike McDonald and everybody here, I think they'll be fine. Mm-hmm. But now the Arizona Cardinals got a chip on their shoulder. No one expects them to win. We just beat the Cowboys. That offense is supposed to be on point. We believe in this quarterback that we have. Actually, our wideouts are playing better. There's a weekend in in the NFL is like a novella. You know what a novella is?
Yeah,
It's
telenovela.
like a soap opera, right? It's so dramatic. We're reacting to everything. When it's all said and done, line them up and do what the heck you're supposed to do.
From the 360, all these games are absolutely critical. Getting a first-round bye this year is more important than ever because of the parity in the NFC. It's one less game you have to play against a team that finishes with, what, maybe one win less than you did? I mean, it is going to be a tight race now. And you can make your case for, the Packers are great, the Lions are great, they're so much better, they have, they're a more complete team or what have you. They all have the same record right now, minus the tie for the Packers, obviously
Lions
being
coming
thrown
off
in
a
there.
loss.
Yeah,
Green
a
Bay
defeating
losing.
one against the Vikings. Green Bay lost to the Panthers.
Yeah, it's opening up, man. You're starting to see your true colors shining
All right,
through.
let's get the headline rewrites. Let's go.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Raiders take on the Broncos tonight on Thursday Night Football. What's the real headline?
Shag might want to open a Vegas location with one look at the Raiders roster. Need I remind you.
It's an
Pete
assisted
Carroll,
living situation. Shag.
Geno
Old
Smith,
folks home.
Tyler Lockett, Jamal Adams.
Man.
It's just
Pete?
former Seahawks.
Guarantee you Shag got a location in Vegas already.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I bet it's popping.
Listen, the Raiders have the 31st ranked offense in the NFL. The Broncos' offense isn't a juggernaut, but their defense allows them to get more possessions. Bo Nix is playing some good football. This is absolutely crucial. We know the Raiders aren't going to make the playoffs, but you got to salvage anything that you have left. For the Broncos, it's really continuing to establish themselves as one of the big dogs in the AFC and possibly winning the AFC West. I mean, when's the last time someone else other than the Chiefs won the AFC West division? Couldn't tell you, but I'm going to tell you it's not within the last 4 years. So Broncos, go do what you got to do. Raiders, fight for your life, because I'm listening to Pete, too, in these press conferences, and he don't sound like the regular Pete. It sounds like he's a bit defeated, and it's harder than he thought it was going to be. There's no quitting him. He's going to coach these guys up. But it's looking like a disaster in Las Vegas.
Last team to win the AFC West, by the way, 2015. They ended up going on to win the Super Bowl, Denver Broncos.
That was the last team other than the Chiefs.
Yes, 2015. It was also the last time. Well, the Broncos then ended that drought, but prior to last year, it was the last time they'd been to the. So the last time they were in the playoffs, they won the Super Bowl. But that was the last time it was someone other than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow.
They've won it every year since 2016.
Hang the banner.
I mean, in that case, yeah.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, as expected, Jorge Polanco has opted out of his 2026 option. That makes him a free agent. What's the real headline?
Jorge Polanco re-signs with the Mariners is a headline that's just really going to hit different this time.
Yeah, Jorge Polanco.
It's not a popular one last year.
Went home after the last day of 8th grade, let's call it 9th grade, and had a glow up. And came back, and he was taller. That chin was chiseled. He was healthy. And they looking at him different now. And I am one of those people looking at him different. And this is part of the you have work to do type of situation, right? You got to take care of guys like Polanco in hopes that he can duplicate or just do something similar to what he did this past season, because you're going to need him. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, let's go get him.
Daniel Kramer of MLB.com, who covers the Mariners, says that there is genuine interest on the part of Seattle in bringing back Polanco. And just for anyone who's wondering, this was widely expected to happen anyways. I think everyone was talking about Polanco prior to him declining that option as though, like, okay, so here's a free agent. Do you bring him back? Right. And he should. So a move everyone was expecting. I'm surprised that it took as long as it did. From the 253, so it's okay when Stacy breaks into song but not bump. Yes.
No, actually, I'm the type of guy who does karaoke. So, I have no fear. Stacy, on the other hand, would not touch a karaoke
No,
stage.
I wouldn't. I've done it one time. I'm just not for karaoke. It doesn't seem fun. It's not. I don't like being at a karaoke bar.
No fun.
No, I know. I'm a fun person. I have lots of fun.
No fun in that sense. You got it. Karaoke is the greatest. I don't care if you can't sing. Get up there, express yourself, and just have a good time.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Sam Darnold was named the NFL's FedEx Air Player of the Week. What's the real headline?
Next up for him is winning Land and Sea Player of the Week.
Land and Sea. He's like our good old military, Mm-hmm. He's a Marine. Mm-hmm. Land, sea, air, it don't matter. Big ups to all my Marines out there. I'm from a Marine family. Anyone who protects this country. All right, so that's Sam Darnold. He's a Marine. All right, he's the NFL Marine. Land, sea, air. It don't matter. My man's gonna help get this thing done.
And he gets a new weapon now. I am very eager to see Rashid Shaheed in this offense already. You talked yesterday about, hey, he can really hit the ground running. He's got familiarity with Clint Kubiak. He already has almost 500 yards with the New Orleans Saints offense that hasn't had an answer at quarterback all year long. He's a deep threat. Like, I'm fascinated to see what he looks like against a good Cardinals defense. But right now, on paper, and we'll ask Josh Weinfuss about it later, kind of a banged-up secondary.
Here's the good thing about being a receiver. If you don't know the plays, you can literally go to the huddle, ask your quarterback, and you're going to run the play. When I got cut and I went to the CFL, I was there for 2 days and I was playing. And I used to go to the huddle. Pinters was our quarterback at the time. He was with the Panthers for a little bit. And I'm like, all right, what the heck I got, dog? I don't know this playbook yet. Bam, and we're making plays. You can do that with Rashid, but you might not have to do it as often because he's familiar with this offense already. He understands the intricacies, the ins and outs. Like, how do you want me to run this route? It's more about just getting on the same page with Sam Darnold and making sure he understands his body language and what he's trying to accomplish. So, yes, I'm excited to see this go down. Worst case scenario, just run the post, and you're going to see a lot of soft coverage with the Arizona Cardinals. 76% of the time they play zone. A lot of it is a too high look, so you're playing like a soft cover 4. So there's going to be some opportunities underneath, and once you get them biting, then you go over the top.
I know people have said Rashid Shaheed is like a developed version of what Torrey Horton could be. That's the most recent comparison I've heard. But Torrey Horton, a rookie, so we'll take him off the table. Who's the last player Seattle had, if there is one, that in your mind is like, I guess this is the best comp for Rashid Shaheed, or is he something that you haven't really seen in a while?
I don't think you have that. Because the fastest, most down-the-field threat has been DK the last 10, 15 years. But his body ain't like DK. His twitch is different from DK.
Yeah.
I think this is a one-of-a-kind type of dude.
Interesting. All right, we are going to get back to the Seahawks. At 11 a.m., Hawkblogger's Brian Nemhauser is going to join us. I was going to say in studio, in person. We're out at Virginia Mason Athletic Center for the huddle. Seahawks headquarters going to get you some good sound coming up, including some interviews with players, including Uchenna Nwosu, coming up between noon and 2. Hype Train coming up at 10:45. Next, the Mariners window is open, but they've got work to do to get to a World Series in 2026. John Morosi explains what his offseason must look like.
Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Kent Bowl reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a family-friendly place proudly serving you since 1958. Check out our bowling leagues at kentbowl.net.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Stacy Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center with an encore performance Saturday night, November 29th.
I want to be that type of old. It's an old where you get yelled at for saying you want to be helpful. Like when an old person's like, I'll take out the trash. Someone's like, are you out of your mind? Your spinal snapped. Sit down.
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, November 29th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
We are well into the rainy season, Seattle, but it's not too late to get your roof replaced. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project this winter. Our certified technicians build a custom plan for your home, ensuring a worry-free installation even in the winter months. Replace your roof now while material prices are low and lead times are short. Stop wasting your time on costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Mariners have work to do. John Morosi was on with Wyman and Bob the other day saying, look, yeah, I know you want to run it back, and that's great. It's all good and fun. But A, other teams are trying to get better, and B, you still have a long checklist to go through. So let's figure out what John has his eye on for the Mariners. We'll start with the Polanco stuff. The other day it was announced that Jorge Polanco opted out of what was a mutual, what's the word I'm looking for? My mind just emptied. Oh my God, option. Thank you. With the Mariners, Daniel Kramer reporting that there's still interest in the Mariners in bringing him back. Let's listen to John Cut 9.
I think Polanco is probably in the range of 3 times
15 is probably what a fair price would be at the outset. But listen, he played so well. He was one of this team's best players in the postseason. So the Mariners have some work to do and some money to spend just to get back to being as good as they were this year. And as far as I'm concerned, they have some more work to do to be able to really get to where they want to go and win a World Series.
And I'm going to go ahead and combine it with this one, Matt. Cut 11. Here's a bit more.
Signing Polanco would be a nice start, but that cannot be the end. I think that the Mariners are going to be looking at the potential of either spending some significant money in free agency to have that good of a team again, or you probably have to start considering the possibility of trading one of your younger controllable arms to get the bat that you need if you're going to go shopping in the trade market for someone like an Alec Boehm or a Yandy Diaz with Tampa, names we've talked about before. But I do think this is another time for the Mariners to revisit what they want their club to look like now, not just for 26, but beyond.
You are not going to luck into a World Series appearance. You got to actually work at it to get back there. And, you can't count on 60 home runs from Cal Raleigh this year. So first, he says, Polanco, now a free agent, is in the range of maybe 3 times 15. He's going to be looking for a longer deal. You have to consider, though, even though he's in his 30s, he was one of your best players in the postseason. Also, outside of just bringing back Polanco, you might need to trade some prospects if you don't want to spend on someone like Naylor or someone else. Your whole infield has questions.
Unfortunately, this isn't just an easy situation where guys are just going to re-sign. You think there are other teams that are maybe closer to be contenders who aren't taking a good look at Polanco and saying, how can he help this team? Polanco's the type of guy that I feel like you can put on a team that's contending, and you won't need him to have the April that he had. You're just going to need him just to be steady, kind of coast through this season and have your moments. I always look at, now Teo's a different caliber player, but look at what Teo did, right? Teo went to the Dodgers and just had to just exist. Go ahead and win your home run derby. He didn't play great in the playoffs this year. Last year had some moments, but there's no pressure on him to say, we need you to play like an all-star. Well, Polanco, there's a bit more pressure on him here. Like, we need you to be something like you were last year. Does he take that into consideration? And when he's out there trying to mark it out, our team saying that to him, like, look, you just come here and be like our 5th, 6th guy. No pressure, and you'll be good to go. We got some guys that are going to help you out. I think that's what makes other places attractive, is that the responsibility that one might not have over there. Whereas here, it's a bit different. But if you don't want that smoke, then don't put yourself in this situation either. But I think that the Mariners should and will do everything they can and try to retain him.
I know that sometimes when we talk about, hey, the Mariners have work to do, it can sound like, oh my God, this is actually like salt in the wound of being knocked out in Game 7 of the ALCS. But John Morosi in Cut 10 also sees that as a really cool opportunity. Take a listen.
The Mariners are lucky that they have chances to address their needs with this free agent market, and very few other teams have the combination of controllable pitching. Still, it's less controllable than it used to be, but it's relatively inexpensive. And then the prospect base allows them, if they want to spend big for one player and then fill in other needs by trading prospects, they also have the wherewithal to do that. So I think the Mariners are one of the most fascinating teams to talk about anywhere in baseball, because of their combination of appealing roster, clear-cut needs, and the resources, both in terms of cash and prospects that they have to go pursue those needs.
So consider it in that sense. Hey, the Mariners are going to need to spend to get back here. They're going to need to spend to get further. Or they're going to need to part ways with some levels of talent that make them a little uncomfortable. That being said, you're looking at a free agent class that has some of those needs available for you, right? Oh, you need a third baseman? Well, I mean, there's Alex Bregman. If you don't sign Naylor, well, there's Pete Alonso's right there at first, potentially to answer that question for you. Like, there are pieces out there that you can look at. Questions on your infield, maybe a corner outfielder. Those are the guys available to you right now. So, I mean, I think that's, and you're not spending top-tier money. Your most expensive player is going to be Luis Castillo, your most expensive starter. And maybe they end up parting ways with him and trading him. I have no idea. But, like, otherwise, your guys are all cheap and in club control and just entering into those, like, arbitration-eligible years. You're not worried about big contracts. So you can look at it and feel like you're a lot of steps away. Or, like John Morosi, you can look at it and think, you have important steps you need to take, but they're there. They're in front of you. You see the path.
I think they're a lot of steps away, but they have the capability to take every step necessary. I mean, you have talent in the farm system that you can deal or try to develop. You have money in the bank, shorty what you drank, to try to resign some of these guys. You have the appeal of being a team that is on the rise. You won the division last year. You're one game away from making a World Series. You have star power on this team that other free agents might want to join. Julio, obviously Cal, the rest of the gang, and you still have some guys who can be elevated, who had some playing time too, like Ben Williamson at third base. So you have options. You have the confidence now to go over to that dime piece or that 9 piece and say, hey, let's go dance, Pete Alonso. You know, but your profile is a bit different this year because of what you've done, and you still have resources to retain or go out and get. A lot of things have to happen. Every step you take isn't going to be the perfect step. If they were to go out there and be able to do everything we want them to do, right? You go and get a third baseman. You sign Naylor. Polanco comes back. You get another arm. You help out the bullpen. If they were able to do that, so be it. That'd be ideal. But you know how this thing goes. It's not just the Mariners out there, and they're the only ones trying to improve.
Sure.
You got other teams trying to do it too, so definitely there's going to be some competition.
Speaking of Alonso, let's take a listen to Cut 13. Here's John Morosi.
Is there any reason why, with a team that's this good, that they should not be in the market for Pete Alonso? Why not? Right? He plays first base, and right now the Mariners don't have a first baseman for next season. So, and again, Mitch Garver's money comes off the books. So there are some different reasons to believe that the Mariners should be involved on some of the biggest names out there. And I think that when you think about those corner infield types, whether it's Murakami, whether it's Alonso, again, we've talked before about Bregman. I don't know if that would be tough for Seattle fans given the Houston rivalry.
So, again, we are all operating under the assumption that the Mariners are going to have between $30 and $35 million to spend on new additions this offseason. A large portion of that would go to a hypothetical contract for Josh Naylor. But if you don't bring back Naylor, well, ESPN projects a contract for Pete Alonso at 4 years, $110 million, $27.5 million average annual value. That still fits within your free agent budget.
So let's have a conversation. Let's meet up for coffee. Let's see how this thing goes. And let's throw some numbers around and throw out every situation. For every situation you want to happen, you got to have a backup ready to go. So obviously they're going to try to re-sign Naylor. If that's not the case, Pete Alonso should be the backup guy. Obviously they're going to try to find someone at third base. If that's not the case, then obviously Ben Williams is going to be that guy. Yeah, man, they got a lot of work to do. All right, for a playoff, ever since the trade deadline, Hollander, DePoto, they couldn't relax, but they could sit down for a little bit and kind of feel this thing out, see what's happening. Now that the season is over, get back up, put your joggers on, and let's go for a run.
Hawks Live is back tonight. You can join Michael Bumpus and Brian Walters starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and preview of this week's game against the Arizona Cardinals, plus a visit from a Seahawks player. This time around, it's going to be wide receiver Cody White, fresh off of his first career NFL touchdown. Just so happened to be 60-plus yards in prime time. That's a pretty cool way to ring in your first career touchdown. So, again, Cody White joining Michael Bumpus and Brian Walters. It's going to be at Bellevue Square Center Court, 7 p.m. for Hawks Live. Again, tonight, 7 p.m. It's a free event. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. Hype Train coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
When I was playing ball, November was always such a pivotal time because that's when you truly see whether your team is a contender or a pretender. Many teams enter the month with a chance to win a championship, and what they do these next 4 weeks makes all the difference. Michael Bumpus here, and even though my playing days are over, November can still mean big wins at Silver Reef Casino Hotel. All you have to do is claim your free entry at any promo kiosk. Every Saturday in November at Silver Reef, 2 winners are drawn every hour starting at 6 p.m. to score huge prizes. Someone's going to win a Hawaiian vacation, an awesome outdoor grill, or $10,000 cash. So here's what you have to do this weekend. Book a stay at Silver Reef Casino Hotel, watch the college football games on Saturday, and stick around to see if you walk away with a big-time prize or even cash money. Entry is free. More information at silverreefcasino.com/promotions. Book your stay at Silver Reef Casino Hotel. It's a drive up 5, exit 260.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7. So you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring in LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Lines is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings. And every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
from the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Watch high school playoff football live Friday night for the Seattle Sports Game of the Week presented by ESPN. The number 21 Tahoma Bears take on the number 12 Glacier Peak Grizzlies. You got bear on bear here. Wow. Live this Friday at 7 p.m. from Veterans Memorial Stadium in Snohomish for the first round of the 4A football playoffs. Watch the game live Friday at 7 p.m. exclusively on the Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page for full 2025 matchups. Visit seattlesports.com/high school. Let's head to the station.
Glacier Peak! Oliver, player of the week. Let's go, baby.
First strain in talking Arizona Cardinals. So the other day, the Cardinals announced that Jacoby Brissett would be their starting quarterback, which was a little weird given that Kyler Murray at that time, while dealing with a foot injury, was not on IR. So maybe it was made slightly less weird when Kyler Murray was then placed on IR.
They knew something we didn't know.
But will he be starting when he comes back? This is your first hype train. Kyler Murray has played his last game for the Cardinals.
This
He
is
never
such
starts
a
again.
tough one because this is how the NFL works. If I pay you, I'm going to play you, okay? I got called up because there were a bunch of guys getting hurt, right? Got called up, punt return duties. I'm low-key
cooking,
trying to make the Pro Bowl at that punt return spot. Like, yeah, Bump, that's cute. You know what? Nate's healthy. Deion's healthy.
You gotta go.
You gotta go, buddy. And they sent me back down. This is the NFL. So it would be such a waste of money for them to sit Kyler Murray. But if Jacoby can pull off 3 wins in a row or something like that, not going to happen this week. So start the following week.
Next week.
Start next week.
Yeah, but if he can go 3-1.
If he can go 3-1, then I think it's going to be a possibility. But I also think that, look, man, Kyler's more talented. He can't see over the line like Jacoby can. He's not as on time as Jacoby is. But I think that the big threat is always there with Kyler.
Yeah.
And they're going to suit him up.
Earliest he could come back, Kyler Murray, is December 7th, the Week 14 game, I want to say against the Rams. Kyler Murray never starts again for the Cardinals. Curtis.
I don't think he's their starting quarterback next year, but I think he does find his way back in the lineup this year. So I'm not boarding this train. I think they find a way to move on from him. There's going to be a team desperate enough to get a quarterback next year. And, I mean, you look at the available options in a given offseason at the quarterback spot, you could do a lot worse than Kyler Murray. The problem is that I just don't know if he's a quarterback that elevates the team around him. This is what, year 6, year 7 for him? Just the one playoff
6-7.
game? 6-7. I didn't even do that on purpose. But he has the one playoff game that was horrific. I just don't know if it's getting better with him in Arizona. So I think they move on from him at some point, but I think he sees the field again this year.
I'm with you. I think that initially I was thinking, oh, well, their best bet to recoup something in a trade is that he doesn't have a torn ACL. So, of course, you're going to keep him off the field. But I also don't know what team is going to trade for Kyler Murray with the contract that he's on. I think that if they want to move on from Kyler Murray, it's going to have to be you're just swallowing your pride, taking on a bunch of dead money, and just letting it happen.
Yeah, his dead cap next year is $57 million.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if someone is going to take on. Now, his greatest base salary is actually last season at 37. It goes to 18, 22, and 19 over this year, and then 26, 22 million, 27, 19.5. So maybe a team does, maybe. I just, I don't know. I don't know if they're even going to be able to trade him. So I think that if they feel like they can win a game and they feel like they can get a playoff spot and they need him in there, yeah, I think he plays.
New Orleans Saints. Shuck's going to go in there and not play well for the rest of the season. And Kellen Moore's going to be like, you know what, I could use the little homie Kyler Murray over there. New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, and then so make sure he stays healthy so we can trade for him in the offseason.
Christian's saying Jets, too. Go ahead and ruin another career.
Oh, God. I mean, I might be a starting quarterback for the Jets next year. We don't even know what's happening. Next up, Thursday Night Football, Raiders taking on the Denver Broncos in Denver. Raiders upset the Broncos tonight.
It's a negative Ghost Rider.
Okay.
That's not going to happen, man. I think that the Broncos are such a well-rounded team at this point. They are legit contenders in the AFC. The Raiders have been struggling. I know Geno coming off a better game last week with 4 touchdowns, I believe 1 interception. But there's no consistency in the Raiders, man. One of the worst offenses in the game. The defense ain't very good at all. Sean Payton has those boys rolling over there. Nah, man, this is going to be done by third quarter.
Denver 9.5-point favorites, Curtis. But despite that, the Raiders will upset them on Thursday Night Football. Bump, not boarding. Are you?
I'm not seeing it. This Broncos defense is really, really good. They have, I believe they're leading the league in sacks right now, and I just think it's going to be a really rough go of it for the Raiders tonight. This Broncos defense, I would not want to see them opposite any team, maybe in the playoffs in the AFC. Offensively, though, I mean, they've got a pretty good run game going with J.K. Dobbins. Bo Nix, sneaky athletic, 207 yards on the ground. But I just think the Raiders are in a world of hurt right now. I don't think they're going to be able to pull off the upset.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think Brock Bowers gets a touchdown and the Raiders lose. Next up. Rumors of another trade. This time we're heading to MLB. Could Tarek Skubal be on his way out in Detroit? The Tigers, not big spenders, reportedly a huge distance away from Tarek Skubal and his agent in new negotiations for a contract. Will they deal him? Tarek Skubal is a Tiger in 2026.
No, the Tigers are acting cheap. You know, they're acting cheap. Sometimes, man, you got to go and get some top shelf type of stuff. And what they're doing is they're getting middle shelf stuff and trying to mix it up with something to make it taste good. And you're going to have a headache in the morning. You don't want a headache. You get the top shelf. And a headache to me is getting one game away from making it to the World Series. All right, so go get some top shelf. I think the Tigers are good with mediocre stuff. I don't think he's there.
Okay, Tarek Skubal is a Tiger in 2026. Bump, not boarding.
You board one train?
He's going to be dealt. Yeah, you boarded the Kyler Murray. No, you didn't.
I did.
Yeah, wow, you're just at the station, not boarding it.
Chilling.
Can't afford it. Tarek Skubal is a Detroit Tiger in 2026. Curtis, are you boarding? No one aboard this one yet.
I mean, for a team that's as close to competing as the Tigers are, it makes
they were leading the league in June.
Right. It makes no sense to move on from such a quality player, even if he is entering the final season of his contract. I get that you want to recoup as much possible if it doesn't look like he is not going to re-sign with you beyond this season. I get that they're very far apart in negotiations, but like you give it the old college try one last time, and maybe you back your way into a World Series or something like that. If I'm a Tiger front office person, I don't worry about 2027. I think 2026 is where you're focused on right now. As much as I would love to see Tarek Skubal in a Mariner uniform, and I would love for them to make every effort to get him here, I don't see why the Tigers would want to tear it down right now with as close as they are. So I'm going to board this train.
Okay.
I think Skubal starts the year off in a Tigers uniform, and then maybe kind of depending on where they are around the trade deadline, that's when the possibility of him moving happens.
The trade deadline point's a really interesting one. I don't think I'm boarding this one. It's always telling to, this is not like any kind of insight myself, but I think that when you see baseball voices that are typically a little more modest in their predictions, a little more conservative in their predictions, someone like Buster Olney, and when those guys start to say, well, I think this could happen, that's when it becomes kind of a juicy story. I think he's dealt. All right, Brian Nemhauser joins us next. We're getting back to the Seahawks.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak. You're home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
It's always such a pleasure for me to catch up with you, Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And as I understand it, Calendar year is wrapping up. There's never a better time to take care of your aches and pains. Why?
Well, it's always a great time to come see us here at IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We'll take care of your aches and pains. We'll get you better. But particularly, Brock, at the end of the year, most people have met their deductibles. They may have HSA, may have FSA funds. So use the opportunity to use your insurance to treat those aches and pains so you're not taking them into the new year. So you're healthy, fit, and you're excited about the new year. That's what it's all about. Here at IRG, we are so dedicated to making sure our patients really understand the insurance because it's a complex world. So when you call us, we're going to help you navigate your insurance. But I will tell everybody listening right now, if you've met your deductible, get your aches and pains treated here at IRG. We'll take care of you. We'll take care of your insurance. We'll take care of your family. We'll take care of everybody.
Clinics up and down the Puget Sound for you to go visit or see them online at irgpt.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seattle Kraken fell to the Sharks last night 6-1. Next up, taking on the St. Louis Blues Saturday at 4 p.m. Raiders and Broncos face off tonight for Thursday night football. This one's in Denver. The 7-2 Broncos favored.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
One of our favorite people covering the Seahawks, Hawkblogger's Brian Nemhauser, joining us now in studio at Seahawks headquarters, where you later today are going to get a chance to interview a few Seahawks here. I wanted to talk about and interview some quotes that you had already gotten with the most important Seahawk, I guess, head coach Mike Macdonald. You had a really cool feature from, I think, posted on Halloween. Right?
Yes.
Right a couple days ago.
That's right.
And it was great. It's a fantastic read. But you explored the concept of identity, what Mike Macdonald wants to do, some really good quotes in it. I wanted to ask less about, like, tell us exactly what you wrote, and more about some things that were lingering with you or that stuck with you from either those interactions or just things that maybe you learned throughout that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the things that really struck me from, comparing this team to even just last year's team is there's a number of times I would ask, Ryan Grubb, who I had a lot of respect for and believed in as the OC for this team, what is the identity? What are your go-tos? Do you have something where you're going to do it every week and other teams have to adjust? Or, are you just finding it? And he would often say, like, we're still looking for it. And you compare that to this team this year, and you throw out the first game of the season where Clint Kubiak kind of went, a wild hair there. But the rest of the games, what you're getting from this Seahawks team on both sides of the ball, week in and week out. And so I wanted to kind of go back and, like, how did they get there and how many micro decisions were made along the way? And for me, it goes all the way back to Mike Macdonald deciding to go to Mobile, Alabama for the Senior Bowl, where a lot of coaches don't go there, even if they are out of the playoffs, and, going to the Combine and, where Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay famously don't go anymore. And he's talking to every one of those prospects. He's getting to know who they are as people, and he's pretty passionate about not only adding great players, but smart players and great people. And I think you look at what this team's become holistically and the identity and the culture. You've got man after man in that locker room that is a great person and a great player. And I think that's part of how they've gotten where they are.
What did Mike Macdonald or Kubiak say they want to be? And what's an example of that showing up every week?
Well, I mean, Clint Kubiak, the first thing he said is we're going to be an outside zone team and with counters off of that. And that's what they've been. They've talked about wanting to be a play action team. And other than that first game of the season, that's exactly what they've been. And not only, it's one thing to do what you say that you want to do, Bump, but to be a team doing it at a historic pace. This is the most explosive passing offense since the Greatest Show on Turf in 2001 so far. So, I mean, you're talking about historically productive play from a coordinator who's been, kind of around the league, and from a quarterback who's kind of been around the league, and for all of it to come together in one place, is a pretty cool thing to watch unfold.
Considering they're the most explosive passing offense, what's it mean to get Rashid Shaheed?
Oh, my gosh. Well, I'm actually, I'll spoil a question I'm going to ask Mike Macdonald probably tomorrow or next week. But so many of the times, Stacy, you think about innovation on offense, and you think about, teams are looking at what's the latest thing coming from college football or this new coach. Most of the things coming in an NFL are cyclical. It's looking back at what's happened before. And so what happened? Well, you had Sean McVay running a bunch of 3-receiver sets and condensed formations, and then you had Vic Fangio adjust to that and show everyone how to stop it. Well, now you've got all those teams playing 2 high safeties, like trying to take away some of those things. So what does Clint Kubiak do? He goes heavy personnel with 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, fullback sometimes, brings it back to the old days. Mm-hmm. And now they're having to walk people up to the line of scrimmage. They're having to match that personnel, and they're just killing them in the pass game. Well, this is a move with Rashid Shaheed that says, you know what? We know what you're going to do next. You haven't even done it yet, but we know what you're going to do. You're going to probably try to stay in 2 high shell, and maybe dare us to run. Guess what? We'll be able to run against that, and we're still going to be able to just assassinate you through the air, whether it's with Shaheed against a safety, whether it's against JSN. Again, they could triple cover that guy this year. It hasn't mattered. Yeah. So this just gives them, like, it's a Swiss Army knife on offense for Clint Kubiak, and kind of an embarrassment of riches.
What do you think is the next step to the run game? I appreciate the way they're sticking to it. I mean, look, I dare you not to get an extra man in this box and see what happens. What do you feel is will spring this run game, and we'll see a performance or two where we're looking at K9 saying, okay, he's back?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen progress the last few weeks, actually, and I think they have as well. If you look at kind of the production, even in the first drive of that game in Washington, it was over 6 yards a carry. They were kind of doing what they wanted on the ground as well. So I think that what you're going to see is a defense like Arizona, for example, is a really good example. They really don't like to play heavy boxes. They have got great safeties in Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson. They feel really good about their corners. And they will probably try to dare the Seahawks to run. And if you get some of those more advantageous looks, I think you're going to see the Seahawks start to jump out there. And I think Zach Charbonnet and Ken Walker are great backs. So far this season, I think Ken Walker has been the more productive player down in, down out. And we'll see if, they'll continue to kind of change the amount of reps and snaps that he's getting versus Charbonnet, because I think his explosive play is the thing that scares defensive coordinators, especially, Bump, you're talking about outside runs, getting to the edge, and then having to still defend the boot off of that. Ken Walker's the guy that really scares you there.
I'm going to stick with the run. This will probably eventually become a question about run blocking. But I was listening to a league-wide preview for Week 10, and they got to the Seahawks, and they were like, oh, they have no run game. And I'm like, well, what I'm really curious to see, and I know that we're biased, right? We cover this team. We know this team. But like you, I'm like, I like the personnel. I think Ken Walker's good. He can have really explosive runs, and he has quite a few. Zach Charbonnet's good. Ken Walker's had a 1,000-yard season. I don't think it's like they don't have a run game because they're bad. What I'm wondering is, when you don't have stack boxes, what does it look like? So I think, like you said, we could see that against the Arizona Cardinals. And then how much of it might be just run blocking not quite being where pass pro is this year? What are you seeing in terms of, hey, here's the opportunity, here's what I'm curious to see, and here's what is a real problem?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, because if you think about Mike Macdonald last year and his first year in Baltimore, what did he need? 8 games before his defense, he needed personnel changes, and he needed 8 games to kind of have it sink in, and then they took off. I think most of us expected, Clint Kubiak got new quarterback, new receivers, new offensive line. It's going to take half a season at least for them to figure their way out of this. Well, guess what? Not true. The passing game has absolutely jumped from almost the first game, but I think we've then got a little spoiled and say, well, the run game should have as well. Run blocking is like a symphony, right? I mean, it's a little different than pass protection, where you're doing your pass set, you're catching, and you're blocking the guy in front of you. There's coordination in a different way in run blocking, and it can take time for these guys to kind of build that, harmony between them, that chemistry, to be able to make the block at the right time in the right place, get their targeting right. And also, even little things like the first game of the season, they were going up against a 4-3 defense. They practice all preseason against a 3-4. I talked to A.J. Barner. I talked to those guys, and they're like, yeah, the targeting's a little different. It takes us a little while to get used to it. So it's not abnormal for the run game to be a little bit later to come, and I think there's reason to think that they'll start chipping away at it the last half of the season.
A 4-3 defense that was still healthy and good, by the way.
Yes.
Important context.
Yes.
Do you think they put Rashid back there on kick return?
I do. I mean, Derek Young had been having a terrific season as a kick returner and just as a player in general. And we don't know the extent of his injury, although Mike Macdonald said that IR does not seem like an option, something they're considering right now. But, Cody White, I think, took that over with George Halani last week. I'd expect Shaheed to get in there this week. And then it sounds like, based on what Coach Macdonald said yesterday, that Torrey Horton will remain the punt returner. But, it's not bad to have an all-pro punt returner as your backup in case you want to take advantage of him.
I wanted to cycle back a little bit to Mike Macdonald, but also to talk about expectations versus what we've seen at the halfway point. There are things with this season that I said, like, I could see this happening, that are right. And then there are things where I thought, this could happen, and it was completely wrong. What are one or two things that have really surprised you where you're like, I might have thought there was room for this, but I certainly didn't think this was the ceiling or something when it comes to where this team is? And I ask because I did not anticipate they would be arguably the best team in the NFC. I know that you can make cases that are great for the Lions and the Rams and the Packers, and I completely understand it, but the Seahawks have, in my opinion, just as good a case, and I didn't think I'd be saying that heading into Week 10.
Stacy, I got to challenge you on something. Mm-hmm. There's one letter you got to change in that. That last C, change it to an L. The NFL. I mean, they are, as far as I'm concerned, they've got as good of a resume as any team in the NFL, and I joke with you because I've been hearing that all week from national folks. Mm-hmm. So this is one of the best teams in the NFC. Show me a team that's got a better resume than the Seahawks right now. I don't know that there is one, and that doesn't mean that they've actually done it yet. But they are one of the most dominant, complete teams in the NFL, and that's something to be excited about. I did not expect them to be at that level, especially offensively at this point. And, I thought they were going to win 12 games. That's what I predicted. So I thought they were going to be better than most people thought they were. But I thought that was going to be on the back of a top 5 defense and a strong run game. Yeah. And, it has definitely not been on the back of a strong run game. And, look, I expected JSN to take a real step forward and be like the dynamic player in this receiver. I predicted him to have under 1,000 yards receiving because I thought they would be such a low-volume pass team that they wouldn't actually get the counting stats that would have him go, this guy's almost hit that already. So it's he is having, and put it in Seahawks terms, he is having a 2005 Sean Alexander season. There is very rare to have a non-quarterback win the MVP. Sean Alexander was one of the few in the last 25 years. JSN, he keeps this up. He's going to have a case, even though it's generally been a quarterback award. He has been unbelievable.
Well, he's got nearly a 40% target share. And I remember you talk about in Week 1 the things that we were saying, they got to change this. Like more play action is something that we were all calling for after Week 1. But one of the things I remember talking about, and Bump and I talked about after Week 1, is JSN accounted for, it was more than 40% of targets in that game. But, it's just not sustainable. He can't account for 45%. He's at 38%, and it's sustaining just fine.
Yeah, and look at, playing the Cardinals this week. Remember the first game against the Cardinals? He had 0 yards in the first half. That's probably the only time this season that he's gone a quarter without a catch, or 2 quarters at that. He finished with 79 yards and caught the game ender at the end. So, even teams that have had some amount of success have not been able to sustain it. And it was almost comical in this game against Commanders. You saw safeties cheating all the way over. They weren't even trying to disguise it, and it didn't matter. He was still absolutely killing people, and if he didn't, Torrey Horton's going off for 2 touchdowns. Elijah Arroyo's catching his first touchdown, and the NFL is only now starting to learn what the rest of those guys can do. The fact that Torrey Horton is tied for the team lead with 5 touchdowns, he has 6 with his punt return, and he's probably going to see fewer snaps because you bring in a guy like Rashid Shaheed. It just tells you, this is not just a JSN offense. He just happens to be the guy that is kind of the human torch, and anyone gets close is going to get burned.
Has any of the coaches spoken to you about just the development of Nick Imamore?
Yeah. I got to admit that was a combine crush for me, Bump. I got to talk to him at the combine and know that he had the same coach as Cam Chancellor in college, and some of the things he learned and the connections with Cam leading up to that, and then watching him run that 40 at that size and jump 40, it was an unbelievable, just his presence. And seeing the coaches and knowing Mike Macdonald, the way he talked about the specific plan that he had from him from the exact jump when they drafted him, he was going to play nickel, he's going to play dime. That's exactly what they've done with him. And I got to admit, as high on him as I was, knowing that he was a cornerback coming up and switched to safety because he got so big, I did not expect he would be able to run with Jalen Noel in that Houston game, who runs a 4.38 40 yards downfield step for step. Like that, Cam Chancellor, as great as Cam Chancellor does and things that he does really well, that's not something Cam would be doing. And so he's literally the most athletic safety prospect in the history of the game. And to see him now with Mike McDonald in the lab, the mad scientist, figuring out how to get this all out of him, and knowing that this is the guy that's on knocking on Mike McDonald's door all the time, to the point that Mike's saying, like, okay, I might need some space. I think that's just a great sign that he's not only working on it, but he's got the athleticism to back it up.
He is Brian Nemhauser. Brian, before we let you go, we're going to kick you out of here mid-segment, and then Bump and I are going to get to 4 Down territory. But you do such phenomenal work, but it's also so routine and regular, and people can find it all the time. You've got new stuff being updated all the time, broadcasts. So tell people what they can find if they want to go look for it right now, and then what you got coming up this week.
Yeah, we got a show every day over on YouTube, at Hawkblogger. Pretty much anywhere you go for your stuff, look for at Hawkblogger, you'll find it. And do a daily show. We're going to have another show this evening for Real Hawk Talk. So lots of great stuff. I just talked to Ted Wynn of The Athletic this morning, who is really, really up to date on X's and O's. And we talked, he had been wanting this Rashid Shaheed deal to happen. I talked to him about why and what he thinks this unlocks. So it was a fun conversation. There's a lot more coming.
Can't wait to check it out. Hawkblogger's Brian Nemhauser. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. Let's talk matchups. What's a matchup you're looking forward to seeing?
I want to see how the secondary handles JSN and the gang is what I put. JSN and the gang. You got Will Johnson over there. You have Baker. You have Thompson at that safety spot as well. We're just talking to Brian. Brian mentioned it. They're going to stay in too high. They're going to try to take away the deep ball. So now you have another weapon in Rashid over there. What type of games are they going to play with these guys? Now, it was last week when Mina was the talk of cover 4 and how to beat it. And then you had guys talking about exactly how to beat it with that 2-eye safety look. That's what I want to see, because Jason does a great job of going across the middle and finding space. Every game, there is a football to where he's dragging across the middle of the field, or there's a 10 or 15 and in, and he's catching the rock. What does that do? It puts pressure on the safety. Which one of you safeties are going to commit to him? As soon as that safety commits, there's going to be a lane for probably the fastest guy in the league to get behind him. So I want to see what that secondary matchup looks like with JSN going to work, Torrey Horton getting more familiar with this offense, and Rashid just being the cheetah that he is. I can't call him a cheetah. There's already a cheetah out there. All right, calling him, I don't know, one of the longest or fastest land animals in the world.
Greyhounds are fast.
Greyhounds are fast.
They can run up to 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It's not the 70 miles per hour that a cheetah. There has to be an animal in between a greyhound and a cheetah.
There has to be.
I'm sure other big cats can run pretty fast.
We'll find that animal.
Yeah, I'll search
that's
fast. You know what? I will do that while you answer the next question.
Perfect.
Second down. Who has a special assignment?
I'm looking at Nicky Mawore. And the reason why he has a special assignment is because you're going up against one of the best tight ends in the game right now. Last 3 seasons, he has 244 receptions. He's 4th right now when it comes to production out of the tight end position. You got guys like Kittle or whatnot that are leading the charge. But so far, they've been okay against tight ends. Kittle, he got banged up that week 1 against the Seahawks, but he finished with 4 receptions for 25 yards. He had Ertz last week, had 4 for 46. He had Otten, who went off 4 for 81 yards. I want to see how Nicky Mawore matches up with this tight end. I think that McBride is a stronger tight end. He's a different kind of tight end than the ones that I just mentioned. He does have route running ability. He can catch the football, but he's also bigger and stronger than these guys. He's a better blocker than these guys at this point. Kittle, during his heyday, was one of the best blockers of the game, still a really good blocker. But I want to see the Nicky Mawore effect. How are you growing? How are they going to use you? And how physical can you be? Because I feel like this is going to be a real physical game for him.
A pronghorn
what the heck
can
is
reach
that?
61 miles per
What's
hour.
a pronghorn?
It's
What
like
family?
it looks like a deer, kind of.
A deer?
A pronghorn. A greyhound, 45 miles per hour. Wildebeest, 50. Kangaroos, 43 miles per hour. That's kind of scary because they're like
scary.
buff too.
Yeah.
Did you know that a peregrine falcon can reach over 200 miles per hour?
Oh, yeah. When they dive
I
like
didn't
that.
know they had it like that.
Yeah.
Maybe he's
They'll
the
probably
peregrine.
try. Your little self walking across the grassland or whatever their environment is,
Honestly,
they try to pick you up.
Listen to me. When we are out here during training camp and they have the bald eagles, and they'll be like crows, like it'll be like 3 or 4 of them together, I'm not kidding. If I'm not standing by you guys, I swear to God, they start circling. I'm not even making this up. Like I feel like I've seen them eyeing me before.
I'm going to look for that next summer.
Okay. Someone said a pronghorn is an antelope.
Antelope, okay.
A lion. I don't know. He's got some names that he can consider. Okay. Third down. Speaking of, why will Rashid Shaheed have an opportunity to make a big play on Sunday?
He's going to have multiple opportunities. I described one scenario where Jason attracts the safety, he gets behind them, but I'm looking at the kicking game. All right, the Arizona Cardinals, their kickoffs result in touchbacks 9% of the time. That's the 27th lowest in the NFL. They will give him opportunities to get busy back there if he were to start back there, and I think he will. Tariq Young is banged up. You got Cody White who could do it, and George Halani. If I had to switch to two, I'd probably switch Cody White just because Halani could block that free man. But either way you slice it, you put Rashid back there, he's going to have opportunities to return the football. The Arizona Cardinals, I'm watching watched the film against Dallas. They are daring you to return the football. Like, go ahead. We want you to return it. We feel confident. And they have a pretty good kickoff cover unit. So that's why they're not putting it in the end zone line, obviously, and because of the touchback situation, get the ball at the 35-yard line. But no, he will have some opportunity back there. Kick it back to Deuce and let him get loose.
Fourth down. Deuce and let him get loose. What non-starting defensive lineman has become an extra meeting guy?
There's actually two of them now.
Oh.
It's Peely and Morris. And the reason why they're extra meeting guys is because of what they're doing on the Seahawks kickoff cover team. They are blowing stuff up. I mean, they might be, this is a copycat type of league. We're going to start seeing more big defensive linemen on the interior of these kickoff cover teams because just like on the defensive line, all you want to do is get into the backfield and make the quarterback have to go outside, right? And this is what they're doing on this kick return team. And the Commanders are trying to figure out, who do we double? All right, on that one play where Peely punches the ball out, they double Morris. All right, then the next opportunity they get, they double Peely. It's like, who are you going to try to take away? And what are you going to do to match up against them? Are you going to put defensive linemen there as well? And if you do put a defensive lineman in there, I'm going to counter. I'm going to line up, and I'm going to switch. Boom. Hey, my safety, you come over here and beat these guys in space. This is a part of the game that is getting way more interesting to me because of the space that's there. There's only 5 yards in between the two front lines, which makes it more of a realistic football play. It can simulate a DB against a receiver or even a linebacker against a defensive lineman. I think this is one of the best things that's happened to football. The ball is in play more. It's less violent, but it also makes you play with your matchups a little bit.
What's kept teams from doing that more often? Because everyone was talking about this week, right? The NFL had a viral video, Seahawks using the big guys on returns. What's kept teams from trying to do that?
It's tradition, because traditional kick returns, you have faster guys out there. You have your DBs, your linebackers, and your receivers going out there. But as the game gets condensed, it brings the bigger bodies back into play. And I really like this because they're going to be different type of stunts and schemes that you can do. This part of the game is evolving fairly quickly.
Okay, someone said a grizzly bear runs 35, but that's not really.
It's too big, though.
That's too big. You need, it can't quite be. It obviously can't be cheetah, and I don't think you should go for another big cat because it just sounds like a slower cheetah.
Yeah, I'm good with the what was it?
The pronghorn.
Yeah, pronghorn.
I'm good with
Deuce. Go with that.
Deuce, let him get loose.
Let him get loose.
Deuce, let him get loose. God. Yeah, I mean, there's other animals to consider. I stand by greyhound. I think they're sweet animals. I'm gonna get one.
You're gonna get what?
They're not a greyhound.
Greyhound, you're still waiting.
Yeah, I'm still waiting, but they're friendly. They don't like cars.
Here's the thing: if your greyhound runs away, it's a wrap.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I'm not gonna let it run away.
Just leash it up at all times.
Yeah, I'm gonna have it like connected to me. I'm gonna like tie it around my waist. It's not going anywhere. Or if it is, we're both going. We're both going. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Thursday night football's on tonight. It's between the Raiders and Broncos. This one's in Denver. Broncos are obviously favored. Kickoff at 5:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. Timeline coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob.
Sam Darnold has been sacked just 9 times this year.
Every afternoon at 2.
How much of that do you put on the pass protection he's getting versus how quickly he's getting rid of the ball?
The offensive line's doing their job, but I would say hitting a spot like 35, 40 yards downfield that's so tiny. I mean, that is really impressive, but the most rare talent to me is a guy who can move around the pocket and keep his eyes downfield.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Carpoolers using the SR 167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having Good to Go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak. You're home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, telling you the top stories you're going to see around sports this morning. Hey, as a reminder, we're wrapping the show up next with What I Need to Know. Get those questions in, 866-979-3776. And then we are a 2-hour Seahawks show. Dave Wyman is going to join us. We're also going to talk to some of your favorite Seahawks and Seahawks voices, including Uchenna Nwosu. But right now, let's dive into your top stories. And we are starting with one half of tonight's Thursday night lineup, the the Vegas Raiders. I'll do that forever. How hot are the seats getting in Vegas? Former Raiders CEO and current CBS analyst Amy Trask thinks that Pete Carroll will not be given much time to right the ship cut 5.
I hope he will be. I don't know whether he will be. The Raiders have been changing coaches. It's a little bit like the Oprah analogy, and you get a coach, and you get a coach, and you get a coach, only you'll have to change it a little bit and say, and you'll be a coach, and you'll be a coach, and you'll be a coach. There have been a lot of coaching changes for the Raiders. I think Pete should be given more time. I don't know that he will be.
Amy Trask is very well connected. She obviously knows the Raiders very, very well. That being said, while the Raiders have cycled through coaches, not all of them have been quite as iconic and accomplished as Pete Carroll. Obviously, others have, but usually it was like, with Gruden, it was like a scandal, right? It wasn't just struggling play.
If Pete's not the head coach, whoever comes in ain't going to do no better than what Pete is doing.
No.
You're still going to have the same personnel. You didn't make any moves at the trade deadline. What do you think a coach is going to come in and just change the whole game? And if you get that right, then good for you. But I'm looking at the personnel that's out there, and it just ain't there. Everybody knew that everyone should have known this was going to be a project. 1, 2, maybe 3 years, and let's see where you go from there. If you expected the Raiders to be contenders in the AFC West this year, then you were sadly mistaken. I can see Pete Carroll being fired, but I'm also thinking that whoever else comes in isn't going to right the ship.
I think what's interesting about Pete Carroll is I don't know how many people, I'm sure some Raiders fans did, but I don't know how many people around football thought that Pete Carroll would lead the Raiders to a Super Bowl. I think what people thought is, when you have an organization that's in a place where they're failing, in addition to just becoming a better team, getting an injection of talent and a great scheme and elite coaching and players, you want to build up a culture. So I think a lot of people saw it as, who better to bring in than a coach who isn't going to be in the league for 10 years. You know what I mean? This is a short-term coach, but the idea being that both Pete Carroll and Gino could be bridges somehow to something better. Not that they'd be the answer, but that they'd be bridges, and that what Pete Carroll would do is build up culture. And what's weird is, for all the criticism that many people have had of Pete Carroll, I don't remember a lot of people criticizing his ability to get guys fired up, especially a new group, right? It's one thing when it's Richard Sherman being here being like, yeah, the message gets stale because you're on year like 6, 7, 8. This is a coach that was coming in to a room full of guys that needed that injection of energy. I'm surprised that hasn't happened. I'm just surprised that the Raiders look as bad as they are. I thought it would be like
I'm not.
Hey, they're competitive, but mostly they're just fired up and there's like some good energy. It's just the vibes are awful.
I'm not surprised at all. Everyone knew that this was going to be tough. You're in the AFC West. You have the Patrick Mahomeses who are turning a corner, the Justin Herberts who are competitive every year until the end.
Well, not without Joe Alt.
And then you have Bo Nixes in the gang doing their thing. I would say pride got in the way, if anything. If I were Pete Carroll or anyone else in that organization, I didn't look at the situation for what it really is. This division is tough. This quarterback play alone, And maybe they were drinking the Geno Smith Kool-Aid, and he's going to come in and save the day. It's always going to take more than just a quarterback. But I think that expectations weren't realistic with the Raiders. Mm-hmm. And if you're thinking about getting rid of Pete Carroll, which is fine, you do your thing. I don't run that organization. No one is going to come in and fix us now. Yeah. You need multiple-year draft picks. You need multiple years of signing free agents. You need to allow Pete Carroll to really try to build this thing. You don't build it overnight.
Next up, Cavs star Donovan Mitchell poured in a season-high 46 points in Cleveland's win over the Sixers Wednesday night. So what was the reason for the scoring outburst? How about a random kid he met while playing NBA 2K Online Cut 6?
I wouldn't put the game that I had based on the court. This kid pissed me off today. I was playing 2K. I've been playing 2K for like 2 hours, and I told him, too. I was like, wait, just wait. And he just called me washed up. He called me a bunch of things. But I love it, you know what I mean? He said he ain't seen a highlight from me in a minute. And I just told him, all right, we'll see. He said, tell me to go to sleep. Like, he was going in. So this game is for that kid or grown man, whoever that was. So I appreciate you. I told him I'd give him a shout-out, too. So that's what tonight was.
He told me to go to sleep.
I appreciate it. Here's what I hate online gaming because it can be sexist, it can be racist, it can be all these bad things. But every now and then, the trash talk is so good. And you just go back and forth, man. I remember getting at it with an 11-year-old. Man, take your butt to sleep. What you doing up? Oh, you old man. But it's all in fun.
A stranger's child?
A stranger's child.
Not a stranger's child.
I'm going at little Bobby. Going at him. And little Bobby was going at a real one.
What's the meanest thing he said to you?
Meanest thing? Like, you can't even see the TV or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I sit pretty close, all right, because I have bad eyes. All right, you live to be this age, and it would be a privilege.
Should you be so blessed?
Exactly.
Should you be so blessed?
No, that's
yeah, I sit pretty close.
That's the fun thing about online gaming. I have to monitor it with my kids because you never know what weirdos. I'm sure parents of little Bobby was like, who's this grown man talking to my kid like this?
I see fine. I don't even need readers.
But that kid wanted to smoke. And Donovan Mitchell responded. I watched that game last night. It was fun.
Sports teams, next story, are notorious for banning their players from dangerous activities, like jet skiing or whatever. That's well under contract within their right. But have you ever heard of a team telling someone they can't do a specific dance move? Freddie Freeman, if you guys saw this video, busted out the worm at the Dodgers World Series after party. He actually looked really good. Yeah. He had the moves. He shared how years ago in Cut 7, the Braves told him they didn't want him doing that.
No, I got banned from doing the worm in 2008. I did it on the field in Charleston, South Carolina. And the Atlanta Braves organization said no more because I used to get real hot.
But you got air. I got really good air.
I could, not bad.
I love the idea of the Braves being like, you're too smooth with it, Freddie. We can't have you risking injury.
That's kind of weird.
No one's keeping you off the dance floor. That's the problem. No one could keep Freddie Freeman off the dance floor. He was a free man when he was out there. And the Braves said, not anymore.
Is there like some data saying that this stresses out the body so much that the risk of injury is extremely high?
I bet he got hurt one time. Like one time he pulled something and the coaches were like, wow, this is funny. You absolutely cannot do this anymore.
No, when I was playing, we couldn't snowboard. They didn't want us playing basketball, but we all played basketball.
Look, when you're a hooper, you're a hooper.
But every football player thinks he's a hooper. Every hooper thinks he can play football. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So I get it because I'm watching him do it, and I can see where it could stress out the spine, maybe hip flexor or something like that.
Isn't it written into Patrick Mahomes' contract that he can't play basketball?
Yeah.
I think his might have that, where you can't play pickup game with friends. Like, you can't do anything.
I'll just play horses.
And if we know anything from the Mariners broadcasting crew, dangerous things can happen during a pickup basketball game.
Facts.
That can be deadly out there.
They sure can. Football's dangerous, man. I mean, basketball's dangerous.
Next story. More goal-setting history was made by Alex Ovechkin last night. He's now the first player in hockey history with 900 career goals, cut 8.
Binnington waiting back behind his goal. Wants to play it himself. Lost it there to Ovechkin. Quick relay comes to the point. Shattered fires. Just missed. Ovechkin turns. He scores! The Great Eight is the one and only at 900.
Next closest, Wayne Gretzky, 894, and then Gordie Howe with 801. Is that 900 goal number now one of those unbreakable records?
Yeah, you got to play 20-plus years, right?
Yeah.
Ovechkin's been in the league for a while.
Since 2005.
Hey, might as well go for 100. No, I mean 1,000. Might as well. He need, maybe 3-4 more seasons to do it? Go ahead and get it. Go get 1,000,
I don't know if he's going to be doing that. Bringing it back to Seattle for the last 30 seconds, it feels silly to mention this after talking about 900 career goals and that being such a monumental thing. But since we spent the entire season talking about Cal's 60 home runs, are we going to see a catcher hit 60 home runs ever again?
If it ain't Cal, no, I don't see it.
Curtis?
I don't see it.
No chance.
I think
No
that goes on a
chance.
list of unbreakable records just purely like from that position. I don't think we see that. All right. Well, Hawks Live is back. Bump's going to be there. He hosts it. You can join Michael Bumpus and Brian Walters tonight starting at 7 p.m. Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast. It's a free event. It's a preview of this week's game versus the Cardinals, plus a visit from Seahawks wide receiver Cody White, fresh off his first NFL career touchdown. That's tonight, 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court. Learn more at seattlesports.com/events. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know Next.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I know a lot of you guys are listening from your phones right now, so it's the perfect time to give a shout out to my friends over at AT&T. The other guys will make claims saying this and that about how great their network is, and I'm just here to set the record straight that AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. I don't know about you guys, but it just gives me so much peace of mind when I'm going to do the things I love, and I know my wireless network's got me. Like if I'm going to a concert or a basketball game or even something outdoorsy. Knowing I'm going to have fast service and can share what I'm up to is a game changer. You want to know you can post what you want to post, call who you want to call, and with AT&T, it literally doesn't matter where you're going. I promise you, they're already there. Don't just take it from me. Actual tests prove AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. When you compare, there is no comparison. Based on RootMetrics United States Root Score Report 1H 2025, tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it's time to make the final push to the end of the year. Do you want to lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy? We have a proven system and a team of health coaches that have helped over 4,000 people in Washington lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, just teaching you how to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long-term. Visit EastsideWeightLossClinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. And just like writing that essay back in high school or maybe in college, starting, that can be the hardest part. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic makes it as easy as possible. They helped me lose 35 pounds in just 60 days. A no-pressure, free 15-minute phone consultation. See if it's right for you. And if it is, you got nothing to lose but the weight itself.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or You'll be sorry.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Stacy Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know. JSN better win Offensive Player of the Year, says this listener. With that said, here's what I need to know. Rank these, they're 4 things, from most likely to least likely, okay? I'm just going to list them in the order they're on here. Schneider wins Executive of the Year. Mike McDonald wins Coach of the Year. Sam Darnold wins MVP. Nick Emanwari wins Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Least. Schneider.
Okay.
Sam MVP. Is that one?
Yeah.
Sam.
And then Emanwari Defensive Rookie or Mike McDonald Coach of the Year.
Then we go Emanwari and then Mike McDonald Coach of the Year.
I think Mahomes right now is a favorite for MVP, but I think Sam's in the conversation, absolutely.
Well,
I think
we're not asking.
I think the most likely.
We're asking you to rank it, Stacy.
I think the most likely is going to be Mike McDonald. It feels like it's Shane Steichen's award, and we all kind of go, who's the second place? But Mike McDonald is getting a ton of credit for what he's done with the defense. People talk about him and recognize he's a really smart coach.
Stacy, rank the dang
That's most
positions.
likely. Most likely is Mike McDonald for Coach of the Year. Second, most likely, I would say Sam MVP. And then third.
You don't believe that.
Yes, I do.
You do not believe that.
I think that it's more likely that Sam Darnold gets
then
MVP.
Nick wins Rookie of the Year?
Then I would say Nick Emanwari.
You don't believe that.
Then I would say John Schneider.
You don't believe that.
Of the Year.
No, you just want to be different.
No, I don't.
Because I nailed it.
No.
You just want to be different.
No, I don't. I'm special on my own. I don't need to try to be different. I'm unique.
All right.
866-979-3776. What's an unexpected or little-known benefit and a drawback of being a sports radio host, Bump?
A benefit is, I don't know, I get to, communicate with the masses, right? I get to hear different opinions on our text lines. People have intriguing conversations when I see them sometimes, so they recognize me or my voice. A drawback is that, if you don't agree with people sometimes, they just think you're an idiot.
Yes. The drawback is definitely when people make things personal because, and again, when you're not having someone do that, you think, oh my God, what's the big deal? Grow up. But when a lot of people do it, you're like, whoa, especially when you're not famous at all. You're not, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. I feel like a stranger and another stranger is telling you something and you're like, what's your deal, man?
I'm like, we can disagree, you know that, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to agree with me, but
No, it's when people get really mean and personal, when it kind of catches you off guard because you're just not used to it.
I just don't care anymore, honestly.
Well, see, that's for me. I still care because I'm not used to that at all.
Yeah.
The best part is, I covered that it's important that you watch Thursday Night Football. Like that's the most fun thing ever. Just like that, watching games is part of your job. It's awesome. What I need to know: what grade would you give the 2025 Mariners?
Give me an A. Give me an A. A minus. A minus.
Yeah, A minus.
Yeah, it is something that's never been done.
I think that there are Mariners players who would give it an F because they didn't get to win a World Series, but I would not be one of those people. What I need to know: are we ready to call this wide receiver room Legion of Zoom?
I need to see some Zooms first.
Were people calling the Miami Dolphins that when they had Waddle and Hill?
Oh no.
I want to put to bed rhyming things with Legion of Boom or ripoffs of Legion of Boom.
I can
want to
agree
put that
with
to bed.
I can agree with that.
And kind of, not because it wasn't great or I don't understand the concept and it's not clever. It is. It's just,
it's been done.
I think I kind of want to find something new, you know? And like Legion of Boom was already an echo of it, of something else, Legion of Doom. So I just, yeah. Someone said, what I need to know, are we ever going to get the story about the car you sold? It's very quick. It's very quick, but yes. So I have a waist scarf read when I mentioned I had a horrible experience selling a car. This is real. I sold my car to this place literally for like $100. I just needed it like off my hands. And then like 2-3 months later, I got a call from a police officer who said, is this car registered to you? I said, no, I sold that car. I don't have it anymore. And it was involved in, I am not making this up, I think it was like a murder.
Whoa.
Or like connected to it, like something very serious. And I thought I was getting a prank call. I was like, there's no way this is real. They were like, no, we are the Seattle Police Department. Yeah. No, it was very dark.
So
I don't know that it was like
the person you sold it to then never registered it in their own name then?
I think it was something like that. Again, this is why I mean it when I was like, no, seriously, if you're going to sell your car, please do it to a place that you trusted, like a legitimate dealership like Wayscar Ford. Because, but again, this is, aside from the read itself, a real story that I couldn't believe happened. I was like, there's no way.
Wow.
And never heard from the police again. They were like, oh, okay, cool. Like, you know.
She's not a suspect.
Yeah.
You open the door. Hi. Like,
Hi.
it's not her. It's not her.
We could go. Wrap it up.
Are you mad at me?
Are you guys mad at me? No, I don't know that it was like, hey, the person killed someone, but it was a very serious crime, and the car was just somehow connected. Like maybe it was like a, hey, we saw this vehicle and this license plate there. You know, we're curious. So they were just kind of doing initial kind of like calling people, and yeah. It wasn't that serious. They called one time. I said no, and then I never heard from them. So that was weird. What I need to know: 866-979-3776. Can we rename Jackson Smith and Jigba to Enigma?
I don't like that middle part of that word.
JSN's also cool. What I need to know. Let's see. I'm trying to get some good ones. Why are you out there? Oh, no, sorry. When you're out there watching your kids' sports bump and it's raining, like it is today, are you going umbrella, parka, pop-up tent?
Oh, I'm umbrella. Sit down in the chair.
Why do people make fun of umbrellas?
In the corner. Only time I try to use one is when I'm at my kids' game.
Last one, Bump. What's the best game you've ever called?
Ever called?
Mm-hmm.
WSU San Jose State double overtime game.
San Jose State won that one.
Nah, who's got it?
Was there a running back that was really, really good, or a wide receiver? I remember you talked about for San Jose State. That's who it was.
Yeah.
All right, the huddle coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman.
You don't think it. You go get it.
Time to go inside the Huddle.
Seahawks coming off a massive Sunday Night Football win over the Commanders and also a big trade deadline acquiring Rashid Shaheed from the Saints. We're going to talk about the addition of Shaheed. We're going to recap a little bit of that Commanders game and then look ahead to a Week 10 matchup this Sunday at home against the Arizona Cardinals. During this first hour, we'll also be joined by Uchenna Nwosu, and then tight end Nick Kallerup is going to hop on with us as well. So a look at the defense, a look at the offense. First, let's quickly look back to the Commanders. Again, want to spend most of the day looking ahead to Arizona, but Wyman, a heck of a Sunday night win. I don't care if the Commanders are struggling. You still have something good to take from what Seattle did.
No question. I mean, and in front of the entire country on Sunday Night Football, and you just took care of them. What did it go? Touchdown, 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 field goal. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So we didn't use our punter in the first half. Nope. So I mean, that was dominant, and you know they took care of Jaden Daniels, and I don't mean because of the injury or anything, but like you know that was unfortunate for him. But yeah, they kept him contained and did a really good job just in all facets of the game. Stacy, they finally got a fumble recovery.
They finally did.
It was on special teams.
Yeah.
But we talked to Brandon Peely yesterday, and you know he was talking about how Jay Harbaugh texted him and said, "Hey, I want you to be on my kickoff team."
Nice.
And so, and I heard you guys talking about it on the way in that maybe that's going to be something that you know, copycat league, as you said, Bump, that maybe. Because, you know, you're not running 60 yards now.
No.
And so, you know, having those big guys in the middle, because Mike Morris is on the other side. So, yeah, your two L1, your L1 and your R1 are big dudes. So, yeah, that was, everything. It was just a total, complete victory.
Bump, would you say this was the best game from Sam Darnold this year?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, he started off 17-17, one completion away from beating Warren Moon's record. If I know anything about Warren Moon, he's happy he didn't beat that record. Warren is competitive as heck, man. But yeah, he was efficient. And Sam Darnold gets a lot of love, and he should get a lot of love, man. But just the way the game is called is just it sets everything up. There's a purpose for every play. Like you come out, that very first drive, you go 12 plays, 90 yards. You give Jason a jet sweep. You hit Horton on a one-on-one inside on the slot. A.J. Barner goes across the middle, you get a pass there. You run the ball 6 out of 12 times during that drive. Jason lines up as a running back, releases, and catches a football. Like you saw a little bit of everything on that drive, and what that does is it sets up the next play. It sets up the next drive. So Sam Darnold needs the love because he's the one executing and throwing the football and making the decisions. But the way that Kubiak is setting everything up is impressive, too.
There's a lot to love from this game. I know that we're going to spend a good chunk of the show looking ahead to the Cardinals. It's hard not to start connecting it already, Wyman, because I am so eager to see how this team matches up against the LA Rams on November 16th. And Bump was reminding me, do not look past the Cardinals, who are coming off a 10-point win over the Cowboys.
You better give me that lecture, Bump, because I'm looking ahead, too.
Same.
Yeah.
I mean, Bump, maybe we turn to you and go, why shouldn't we look past the Cardinals? Here I am being a fool.
Because this is the NFL. Yeah. And the Cardinals, Do have Buda Baker over there. Thompson's a good corner. You have Will Johnson on one side. Josh Sweat has 7 sacks. Offensively, Marvin Harrison is starting to figure some things out. I think they're learning how to call plays for him, too. I think Jacoby Brissett is going to go to that well as much as he can. Look, the Hawks should win this game, but the Arizona Cardinals are good enough to beat you.
You think we could see more from the run game in Seattle in this one, Wyman?
I would love to see that, and a lot of people talking about with Shaheed that now you're going to get an 11 personnel, and maybe you'll face lighter boxes, and maybe that'll spur on the run game. I just love the fact that it was 24 and 24 run and pass. They're, and I think they're still top 10 as far as attempts. They're not really getting it done like they want to. But it's just enough to keep defenses honest. So, yeah, I love that part. That was one of my favorite stats at the end of the night. But, I think Arizona is – I would rather face Kyler Murray than Jacoby Brissett.
Why?
Just because I think – we talked to Mark Schlereth about this week, and he said, don't be afraid to be boring. If there's a flat curl, just throw it to the flat. And now you come up with 2nd and 4. And, you're getting, it's like a long handoff. Just don't try to make the spectacular play every time. And I think that's what Kyler Murray does. And, that's got to be hard for him. And I thought that with Russell Wilson as well. He was a really dynamic scrambler, not the fastest guy in the world, but, the temptation to make a spectacular play. And I think Jacoby Brissett, a veteran, he's just going to take what he can. And you saw Harrison just entirely shake that corner for the touchdown. I mean, he is a really good player. Their tight end may be the best in the league, Trey McBride. So, yeah, I mean, to your point, Bump, it's something you definitely, and I know they're not looking past it. But, man, when I was looking up stats this morning, I'm like, every time I saw the Seahawks, whatever, they're number 6, it's like the Rams are number 5.
They're mirror of each other.
Yeah. So
even their weaknesses.
Yep. Yeah. So it's going to be an unbelievable matchup. But yeah, this is one, and that's for us. I mean, I guarantee you, probably half the team doesn't even know who they play the next week, because every once in a while we'll ask those guys, hey, do you know who you're playing next week, just to test them, and they hardly ever do.
Did you guys ever know?
No. Really. No.
Wow. I mean, I know part of it, it's like you want to. It doesn't matter. Like, you need to focus on that weekend, but I feel like a little part of me would be like, well, I mean, Colts are looking good.
When the schedule's released, you look at it.
Yeah.
But then after that, it's like, all right, week 1.
Well, and also if you have to get tickets for somebody on the road or whatever, you might know about it, or families coming to town or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah. Uchenna Nwosu hopping on with us right now.
So, Uchenna? You can talk.
I mean, we're live, but Uchenna, I saw a video of you and Byron talking to some Washington fans. Here's my question for you, because I was wondering it in the moment. When you were asking, how much did you spend on those tickets, did the Washington fans you were talking, did they laugh?
Yeah, he laughed.
Okay.
He was a season ticket holder.
Yeah.
So they just laughed it off.
I'm glad that they had.
He was a good spirit, though. I like that guy.
I felt like you guys were getting along. I was like, I'm kind of liking the vibe. Yeah. Like, this is a friendly little encounter here. Yeah. A fantastic Sunday night football win, though. What was the energy like on the sideline?
It was great. When we saw the offense rolling like that, and we was getting all those takeaways and stops, the morale was high.
Uchenna, 5-game sack streak going right now.
Yeah.
Is that? I was going to look up your game logs, but is that the longest streak you've had?
Yeah, I think that might be the longest streak. I've had a couple of games where I have 2 sacks, back-to-back 2 sacks, but like 5, I get sack a game for 5 straight. I ain't had that before.
Yeah. What's working for you?
My teammates, really. Just guys like, Leo, Murph, D-Law, Jay Reed, like those interior pressure guys. They're causing the quarterback to step back and not step up, so I can be able to just come around the corner and make those plays.
Man, I love watching you guys make plays. The thing that impressed me the most on Sunday is, like, everybody was doing their job. Yeah. Like, when you have to take on a pulling guard and set that edge, you set that edge, didn't take the bait. If Nemhauser was coming off the edge and chasing it down, he was chasing it down. It seemed like the most efficient game that this defense has played so far. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I would agree. Other than the Saints game, I feel like, these 2 games we were able to, really put our stamp on there in terms of execution. And, guys are, learning the game plan. It's a simple but very effective game plan that Mike's putting together for us to go out there and play fast. So, it's all working. It's all coming together.
How much do you actually interact with McDonald on the sideline? Is he mostly like maybe he'll mention one or two things, otherwise he's pretty busy, talk to AD, or does he kind of get in your guys' ear ever?
Nah, only when we need to
Sure.
tighten up. But other than that, he lets his coaches do a good job. AD and CP upstairs and Coach Hines, they do a good job. K. Scott, they do a good job, telling us what we need to learn, what we need to correct and fix. So he leaves it up to them. He's busy.
He got some things to do.
Yeah.
I was talking to Brandon Peely yesterday, and he was saying that room, I'm kind of fascinated by that room. You guys have a bunch of veterans there, a bunch of double-digit, career guys. That's got to be, he said you guys are the tip of the spear. Yeah. I love that. Tell us about that environment in that D-line room.
Yeah, it's a great D-line room. Like you said, it's a mix of a lot of guys with a lot of experience, a lot of rookies in there as well, and, guys with no egos. That's really the most important part is we all have different personalities, so we're all in there laughing at each other, making jokes. Coaches is in there with us, vibing with us too. So, that's what's keeping us, doing what we're doing on that field is we're loose and focused. Guys are having fun. Guys are able to communicate, have those tough conversations, but still, work together and, find a way to make it work. So,
Man, I miss the communication on the football field. Like, people don't understand that. Yeah, y'all are focused, you're getting after it, but there's this in-between moments that you share with a teammate or an opposition that I just miss. And the one I thought about was when Ernest goes down, then Tyrese comes in. Did he have the green dot? Was he calling the plays or was Drake calling the plays?
I believe it was Drake.
It was Drake calling the plays. Yeah. And I automatically thought if I'm on the defense, I'm poking fun at Drake every once in a while, just kind of keep him loose. Or, maybe he makes the calls different or something. I don't know. What's it like when that communication changed from Ernest calling it to Drake calling it?
Man, Drake, man, he's come a long way, man. He's really worked his butt off to get to where he is right now, and that's just a credit to him and his focus, man. Drake is like, he's so smart on the field. So when he's like another EJ, like when he knows the playbook, he knows what Mike's thinking so like naturally. So like when EJ went down and Drake stepped right in, and Tyrese came in, it was nothing.
Right.
It was like we didn't skip a beat. Drake got the communication in and out. T Knight was able to relay it to everybody that couldn't hear, and we had one of our best games of the year.
Yep.
Who's the rowdiest or loudest on the sideline, and who's the most serious?
On the sideline?
Yeah.
I'll probably say D Hall, man. D Hall got that personality you can't miss. And probably the most quiet, probably B Murph, man. B Murph's still that quiet assassin, man. He's still young, second year in the league, still growing, so naturally he's just gonna be more quieter.
Yeah.
Yep.
I asked you one time a couple of years ago do you hate quarterbacks? And you're like, come on, man, I don't hate them. But it looks like you and Derek Hall hate pulling guards.
Oh, yeah,
because you guys are destroying those dudes.
Pulling guards and tight ends, man. We don't go especially tight ends, man. They called the tight end last week the best blocking tight end in the league, man.
Who hurts?
Go turn on the tape, man. No, Bates.
Bates, yeah.
I'm like, yeah, okay, go turn on the tape to his.
Yeah.
See what we did to him.
Yeah. Seems like you guys make it personal. A little bit.
It's personal. Yeah. It's definitely personal.
Man, you look healthy as heck, man. You doing anything different this year?
Man, I'm doing what I've been doing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the last 2 seasons, I just had some freak injuries, But
Bad luck.
So I've just been doing what I've been doing that got me to this point, and now I'm out there doing what I've been doing, So just staying true to myself and what got me to this point, nothing new.
Your opponent this year had a quarterback change. They already had Jacoby Brissett starting that game against the Cowboys. When you guys are prepping for a game like this, does it make it any different facing a slightly different quarterback than you did the first time around? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In terms of the defensive front,
Yeah.
we know Kyler Murray, he's more of a quicker quarterback. He likes to escape the pocket a lot more. So you kind of got to be cautious with that. And with dealing with Jacoby Brissett, he's a great pocket passer. He operates well in the pocket. So we have to make things more uncomfortable for him. Try to get up in his face more, try to just make things uncomfortable for him. So from a defensive standpoint, we kind of practice a little differently, but not too much. We start to stay true to our rules, but try to get after the quarterback a little more.
I was joking with you a couple of weeks ago after the Arizona game that I was like, you're a UCLA guy, right?
Oh, man, I can't.
Don't do that to him.
I was just teasing. Because I told you I was pissed at USC because they never recruited me.
UCLA never
and
recruited
you said UCLA never recruited me.
We both pissed.
Yeah.
Oh, is it on?
Yeah, well, I just had to get that off his chest.
Yeah, I just had to bring it up.
Oh, man, how do you think this defense has grown the most from week 1 to now?
I feel like just the way we've just like believed in the scheme and trusted each other more. Like this is second year in our, the defense. Last year, new head coach knew everything, so we kind of learning. But now, like we know it cold. We know what type of guys we got. We just know nobody can just deserves to be on the field with us. That's the kind of mentality we got going into every week. Is nobody on their offense is better than anybody we got on their defense. Defense from their offensive line to their receivers to their running back. So every time we step on that field, we make it a challenge. Like these boys don't deserve to be on the field with us, so we're gonna go out and crush them hard.
Let me one name before we go. I was going to let you go here in a couple minutes. Obviously, it's our job to keep up with what's going on and what moves are being made. So as soon as something goes down, we're texting each other, trying to figure out how this person fits. How did you find out about the Rashid trade, and just what do you think he brings to the squad?
Yeah, I found out how everybody else found out, online. And he brings definitely that deep threat, that speed, that be able to open up the running game, I believe, a lot more. The deep ball with Sam, Sam throws a nice deep ball. So, he brings a lot. And I'm excited to see him out there working with, Jax and, learn from Coop and fit into our receiving core. I think he's going to fit in really well with our scheme. So I'm excited to have him on the team and can't wait to see what he does.
We always talk about, now this is mostly something we were doing with the baseball season, but like the message that it sends to, in this case, a clubhouse when they acquire someone. Is it kind of the same in football where it's like by your team being like, no, we went out and got this guy because we think we can get this done? Does it send a message? Is that something that you guys feel?
Absolutely. It sends a message, not just to us, but to the rest of the league that, we trying to win now.
Mm-hmm.
We trying to go for it now. We feel like we got the pieces, we got the coaches, we got the players, and when we make moves like this, that just shows you that our foot's on the gas and we think we got a real shot.
We were just talking about how most players don't know who they play the next week. Now you might know just because going back to LA. Do you know who we play the next week after this one?
I try to go week by week.
Yeah.
You said LA, so I'm assuming it's the Rams.
So you didn't know?
I didn't know. No, I don't.
Okay.
I go week by week.
Yeah.
See, I obviously didn't play, so for me, I'm like, you guys are kidding, right?
No, I was like when I talk to players, 80%, and I was that way. I don't know if you
No, I looked at the schedule when it was released, and then that's it.
Yeah, then that's it. So you really do take it. I mean, it sounds like a cliche, but it's real, right?
Yeah.
It's real.
Well, see, that's why you guys are players. And meanwhile, I'm over here going, like, written it down in my planner. I can tell you who you've got the next 6 weeks. But it's good that you don't know that. It's good. Uchenna Nwosu, kind enough to join us for the huddle. Uchenna, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right, don't go anywhere.
That was a dominant victory yesterday.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal.
Brock and Salk.
About as good a masterpiece on national television as you can ever watch.
Morning 6 to 10.
I have no more ceiling on what this team is capable of.
You play your game. You play your style. That game, that style, it travels. It's dominant. And I don't see somebody you can't play with when I watch the NFL this year.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10. Only on Seattle Sports.
Selling cars is a really easy business. It's complicated by really bad dealers. And why do we do that? Well, because we think that the less information we give and the more that we can dictate it on our terms, the more profitable we'll be. And what we found is that this is the exact opposite. The easier we make it, the more information we give, the more comfortable customers are in doing business with us. Now, that one transaction, we might make a little bit less on, but it's not the one. It's that one that leads to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. It's not the one individual. He's like, but you never get to the spouse, the parents, the kids, the friends, if you don't take care of them first.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Tune in this Sunday when your Seattle Seahawks take on Arizona. Kickoff at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Wyman Bump, I've been looking up a couple random stats about the Arizona Cardinals. I'm just going to read a list of the ones I thought were the funnest. And then tell me what you guys think about them, if it makes you think any certain way about this matchup. First, the Cardinals, in their 5 losses this season, all consecutive, lost by a combined 18 points. 18 points. They are in each and every one of those games, including 2 where they lost by just 1 point. Jacoby Brissett has the same number of touchdowns with 2 fewer games as Kyler Murray and just 1 interception. He also has 5 fewer batted balls. That feels very important. 7 batted balls for Kyler Murray compared to just 2 for Jacoby Brissett. Trey McBride, you mentioned him earlier, Wyman. He's leading this team in yards after catch with 200 and broken tackles after the initial reception with 5. Also targets and receptions. Marvin Harrison Jr., though, now leading the team in receiving yards. Those were the ones that were sticking out to me. Also, the Cardinals are outgained by Seattle in almost every area, except they are better on third down.
Well, to me, the quarterback thing is the biggest thing. Was that you, Bump, that was talking about how there was somebody talking about how he really can't see downfield?
Yeah.
Kyler Murray.
I finally bought into that.
Yeah, because
watching the film, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and then the other thing, like I talked about earlier, I feel like he always feels obligated to make a spectacular play. And the other thing is when he scrambles, he's going outside. Remember Rasheem Green sacked him or he tackled him in the open field, and it was because he played that principle, basically. So, yeah, I mean, I just am not sold on Kyler Murray. I think this is a tougher matchup with Jacoby Brissett just because of the things we talked about, that he's going to take the easy throw. It might be boring, but I think he's more efficient.
Bump, I only saved you about 30 seconds here, but one thing that's going to be central to stopping then an offense with Jacoby Brissett, they've been more efficient with him.
There's a matchup that I'm going to highlight for my my game preview for the Seahawks.
Ooh, okay.
The Cardinals have one of the best centers in the game right now. He's only given up 10 quarterback hits, 1 pressure, 1 sack allowed, but he does so much to try to make up for the guard play. It's ridiculous. So I think that you have to put a lot of stress on the interior offensive lineman, and you should be okay as far as jacking up Jacoby's timing.
Let's get back to some Seahawks interviews. Tight end Nick Kallerup joining us next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks receiver Cody White.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
I know a lot of you guys are listening from your phones right now, so it's the perfect time to give a shout out to my friends over at AT&T. The other guys will make claims saying this and that about how great their network is, and I'm just here to set the record straight that AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. I don't know about you guys, but it just gives me so much peace of mind when I'm going to do the things I love, and I know my wireless network's got me. Like if I'm going to a concert or a basketball game or even something outdoorsy, knowing I'm going to have fast service and can share what I'm up to is a game changer. You want to know you can post what you want to post, call who you want to call, and with AT&T, it literally doesn't matter where you're going. I promise you, they're already there. Don't just take it from me. Actual tests prove AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. When you compare, there is no comparison. Based on Root Metrics' United States Root Score Report, 1H 2025 tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down big rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, guys, we're getting ready for Sunday day football, from Sunday night to Sunday day against the Arizona Cardinals.
Sunday
One
day.
thing we haven't talked about is the importance of coming back here to Lumen and winning at home. Priority for Mike McDonald so far. Wyman, how do they get it done against Arizona?
Yeah, just continue to play good defense. I think it would be kind of ironic that you go at the trade deadline and get a guy like Rashid Shaheed, and that the run game takes off. And so that's
right.
the one thing. There's a couple of things that bother me about this team, and we talked about the fumble recovery, and just it still hasn't been on defense though.
Yeah.
It was on special teams.
I'm giving them a half point for that.
Okay.
A half point.
Still, and it's
We're
not a
defensive
full-
players.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
we
did
defensive
that.
players, but
Two guys combined.
still the only
from the
defense not to recover a fumble.
Yeah, Brandon Peely put his big old paw out there. I bet you his hand probably weighs about 20 pounds.
I think
But-
he's 5 of me.
But yeah, I mean, I think that just that bothers me as far as the run game, and then the turnover ratio. They got better. I mean, they obviously went +1 there, but they're still -3.
Yeah.
So
Hey, Nick, you can come in.
yeah, I mean, I think it's that's something that when you start really playing on defense, especially, you start getting the takeaways, and that usually happens when you're really comfortable playing defense.
Tight end Nick Kallerup joining us right now on the huddle. Nick, how's it going?
It's going good. Good to be here.
What was the, I mean, I can guess your answer, but the vibe, the energy in that game against Washington? It looked really fun watching it on camera.
Yeah, it was awesome. I think it really started with it being East Coast game, late start, like it was already dark at kickoff, fireworks at the national anthem, like that really set the vibe, and
Yeah.
and our play carried it through the game.
Pretty good first game for you, man. That was that was kind of cool. What was that like? When you get you're going to be out there playing, and just the feel and the vibe for a guy that's a rookie in the league.
Yeah, it was a big build up through the week, and like I said, that atmosphere kind of put it to another level, being Sunday night football. But then you get in the huddle and you get the play call, you just run the play, and you kind of forget that how big of a moment it is.
Yeah.
What was it like after the game? Lots of text messages. Who's the first person you called? What was that moment like for you?
So I knew I was going to be playing, so I let a couple people know, and they were all super happy for me. I got a bunch of text messages, a bunch of calls. Called my my coach from college. He talked me up a little bit. But yeah, it was good to get all that when I got back to the locker room.
Do coaches say anything before you get out there? Like, do you get a random, maybe your position coach or someone just going like, "Hey, go get him," or is it just?
I got a little bit. Is more. He just, hey, you got this. Like you're ready for this. You can do it.
Yeah.
And the staff but trusted me, and I was happy for that. And I was able to go show that I could do it.
It's a pretty good tight end room. You got an injury there, but yeah, I mean, tell us about the rest of the guys in that room. You guys are pretty important to this offense, even though not a lot of targets and things like that. But as far as the blocking and things like that, this is an offense that really features the tight end.
Yeah, tight ends are crucial in this offense, and multiple tight ends. Like we got a lot of tight ends on the roster, but we use them. And the guys in that room, AJ is awesome. Sabi's a great leader. He's been around the league. He really looks out for E and I. And Elijah's been awesome too. And now we just got Marshall Lang back on P Squad, and he was awesome in the preseason. And it's a great room, and it's really connected too. It's one of those rooms where we'll all go get food or something. We'll watch film together. It's a good group.
Cool.
So take me back to Minnesota. There's a couple things that I think of when I think of Minnesota. I think of downtown. It was the first place I've been to where every building is connected because no one wants to walk outside in the winter, right? Yeah. And then I just think Mighty Ducks hockey. I grew up watching Mighty Ducks. You know what I'm saying? Did you ever dabble in hockey?
I never played ice hockey. I would mess around with the boots on the pond, but I chose football instead. With the cost of football and hockey, I chose football. So in the winter I was played basketball. But we had a little pond group going at my friend's house. They had one in his front yard, so they would level it out, get the snow out, put some goals up, and that was a good time.
That was my thing too. I tried to play hockey. My mom was like, "Not too expensive, dog. To do a field sport, go outside." Yeah.
What's the most stereotypically Minnesota thing that you did or still do? Like born and raised here, I will admit I have many flannel shirts. Like I fully embrace it. But how about you? What's something where you're like, look, I'm not gonna lie, we do this.
I'll say "ope" every once in a while.
So when you squeeze,
yeah, it'll just come out.
Do you ever say, "I'm just gonna scooch on by ya"?
No, I don't get to that one.
Just a "ope."
Just that, and then I say the "a" unironically, like, "How about that, eh?" Like,
oh
like that.
Wow, okay, that one was unexpected.
Yeah,
that's very Minnesota.
I like it.
Yeah.
When you said Minnesota, I thought you were going to say 10,000 lakes. Doesn't it say that on the license plates?
Yeah. 10,000 lakes.
Are you an outdoorsman guy?
Yeah, my family has a cabin up north in Minnesota on a small lake, and we go up there. We fish. Can't do much hunting on that property, but enjoy campfires. We got a lot of outdoor space. We got a grill and a little outdoor bar, and people hang out. We play board games out there. It's
nice.
We just love being outside up there.
Well, what was your hoop game like? Would you play the 4 or the 5?
I was the 4 or the 5, and I was the emergency point guard.
Okay.
The whole team.
Oh.
We had a tournament where our point guard went down, and I had to bring the ball up the court. It was we ended up winning a couple games. But it wasn't ideal.
Got some handled in.
Yeah.
You're righty or lefty?
Righty.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
What's the coolest sports thing you've done? Unrelated, like you're an NFL player. That's a crazy accomplishment. But like sometimes Bump, who was also an NFL player, you'll brag about like this wiffle ball thing that you were like, no, we dominated. Like you don't understand. So what's something like, do you play other sports, even like silly things where you're like, look, my pickleball game.
I played baseball growing up, and I'm on my buddy's beer league softball team. I was when I was back in Minnesota, and I would just kind of pinch in every now and then, and had a decent amount of home runs, got some power behind the ball.
That's it.
I would assume.
Yeah.
It seems like usually guys brag about basketball. On every NFL team I was on, everybody was like, oh, I could have played in the NBA. Remember Shannon Sharp? It was always, he had this picture of him dunking and everything.
Didn't he play in college?
I don't think
so. Oh, okay.
I don't think so. But yeah, that was always the one sport that everybody bragged about. But for you, being a big guy, handling the ball, coming down the court, do you think, does every guy think that he's like the best basketball player in the world?
I can play defense, I can get the rebounds, and I can put it back up. But
right.
that's about it.
Okay. You're realistic about it.
Yeah.
What's the family like? You got brothers and sisters, cousins? Like, what was it like growing up?
Yeah, so my dad passed away when I was in high school, but then it's my mom. I got a younger brother and a younger sister. My brother is working right now. My sister just got back from Army National Guard, and she's going to college in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, it was a big extended family, lots of cousins. And a lot of my cousins are older than me, so they've got kids. So I got second cousins.
Nice.
Like our Christmases, before one of them moved away, but before it was, we'd have 25, 30 people in his little house celebrating Thanksgiving and Christmas. And it was a great atmosphere, and that helped when I went to Minnesota. They were able to come to so many games.
Yeah, that's cool.
I always had a huge crew of Kallerup fans out there, and I loved it.
That's cool.
You ever feel homesick here? How do you pass your time when you're here?
So my fiance is out here with me.
Oh, but that's good.
Yeah, so, I mean, with football, we're so busy right now that it's just awesome to have her here and get to spend time with her. And then my family's going to come out to this game. My mom's going to come check out our apartment and all that. And then we were able to sneak home for the bye and see them. So I am a little homesick, but it's a good mix of going out, doing my own thing, and getting to see them.
You guys try to like hike, restaurant people. Like, how are you guys, when you do have off days, how are you guys passing the time?
We're restaurant people. We like to go check them out.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to get into hiking. So in the off season, we'll be checking out some trails because I know it's awesome out here, and I can't wait to get out there.
Yeah.
When I was a rookie, there was a lot of vets, especially like the married guys that kind of took care of me when I was a rookie and had me over to the house and stuff like that. And actually, I babysat a couple of times for some of the guys that our quarterback, Dave Craig, his kids.
Did you say you held Christian McCaffrey? He held Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah. I was teammates with Ed McCaffrey. Awesome. And so, yeah. But, yeah, you have anybody like that that have you kind of bonded with some of the vets? They kind of take care of you.
Yeah. Sabi in that tight end room, he'll have all of us over to eat some food and watch a Monday night game, or we went over in the off season and we played horse or something, had some pizzas and got to hang out, and that was awesome.
Real quick, I got to ask you, the beard, that's a pretty heavy beard you got there. Does the chin strap, I mean, is there like a little cushion there? Or?
It doesn't affect it as much as you'd think. It just looks crazy when I take it off. It's been all sweaty and all that. So it takes a shower and a little straighten and fix it back out.
He is Minnesota's own Nick Kallerup. Congratulations on getting some game action on Sunday Night Football, on the beer baseball league. I mean, really on everything. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Don't go anywhere.
Appreciate you guys for having me.
Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
When you're shopping for a new car or looking to sell your own, it matters that you trust the dealership you're working with. And that's why I want to tell you about Wayscar Ford in Auburn. These are real people. Mark and Chris and Way himself. I know them, and you will too. Wayscar Ford is really local. They've been in Auburn for 103 years for good reason. They want you to have a hassle-free, no-pressure experience when you're looking to sell your car or buy a new one. And you know what else is real? The more than $1 million they've shared with customers who have sold them their cars. It's worth doing that with a dealership you trust. I sold my car years ago to this place that absolutely ripped me off, and I wish I would have known about Wayscar Ford and what they do, which is this. You sell your car to Wayscar Ford and get paid for it that day. Then when they resell your old car, they split half the profit with you. Seriously, it's not a consignment. It just lets them save money and then split that with you, and you get to avoid scams. Plus, you can upgrade to a new model from their vast inventory. Learn more at wayscarford.com.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at BigTreeSupply.com.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports. Talking right now with reporters at Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I'll just start by saying, obviously we got a great challenge this week going up against the Cardinals for the second time. They got great players, great scheme. Coach Gannon and that entire staff has those guys rolling. So we're excited about this matchup, and we'll be ready to roll.
You had a lot of weapons in the passing game to throw to this season. You had another big play threat. Just what are your thoughts on the trade?
Yeah, obviously John and, everybody that works upstairs in the front office is going to do everything they can to put us in a great position to go out there, succeed every single game day. I feel like they did just that by adding Rashid, and, we're excited, really excited to have him. And, for me, I'm just going to continue to try to get to know him as much as possible, throw as many routes without hurting my arm as possible to him, and just continue to, gain trust and gain that confidence in him.
What do you know about his game already?
I think everybody knows him as a burner. He can run. He does so many different things, whether it's, speed sweeps, all those things, even just studying. Last year studying the New Orleans tape, getting ready for this year, you saw a ton of him doing a lot of things on the field that normal receivers don't do. But again, just to kind of see the way that he runs routes too, not only just as a deep threat and, speed sweep guy, he does a lot of great things running routes, changing direction, all those things. So we're excited to continue to get to know him in here.
In the little tiny bit of time you've been with him, is it obvious that he's been in Clint's system and knows a lot of what you're doing already?
Yeah, you can tell he's really smart. He's Obviously, like you said, he was in the system last year, so that helps a lot with formations and different things. So, again, we're just going to continue to get him up to speed as much as possible.
What is your role, and how do you talk to him about that? About not trying to do too much, here's what we expect you to do, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the way that he is right now, just meeting him, he seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He understands kind of what to expect in terms of the offense and all those things. So we're just going to, any questions, I feel like he's done a really good job already of asking questions and, being curious about kind of his role and what we're asking him to do. So he's been really good that way.
How does putting his speed on the field next to what Jackson's already doing help you guys maybe dictate terms more on offense?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you got a guy that can roll like that, it helps in a bunch of different ways. But like I said, he's not just a speed guy. He's a route runner, a receiver who can do a lot of great things when he catches the ball as well.
You're a golfer, and obviously you can lose your swing now and then. How does that compare to being a thrower and keeping that mechanics in check?
Yeah, it's a great question. Shoot, I wouldn't even consider myself a golfer. I mean, I like to golf, but I'm not a golfer per se. But yeah, I would say it's very similar. I think, to be quite honest, I think you have a little bit more room mechanically to miss as a thrower, whereas golf, it's very, specific and very detailed in terms of, I'm not saying quarterback isn't detailed. Someone's probably going to chop that up and make it seem like that. But golf is just so, I mean, I could talk for hours about how hard it is to hit a golf ball. And even pros, the way that pros go on slumps and the way that they bogey, back to back, even, 4 or 5 holes in a row. It's just a really, really tough sport mechanically. And I think as a quarterback, you like to focus on a lot of things mechanically. Certain things in the off season that you focus on. But, to be honest, a lot of things that I focus on during the season is very scheme related and team related and what defense we're going against. Monday and Tuesday are kind of my days to hone in on watching tape and seeing myself fundamentally how I can improve.
Along those lines, are there days where you feel like the ball is really coming out of your hands better than it is on other days?
Yes. Yeah, I would say that, some days are different than others. But again, I think that's dictated a lot by the defensive scheme, our scheme. It's just, there's a lot more elements at play than just, lining up and hitting a golf ball. So, but it's a great question though.
Did when you looked at the tape of Sunday, I mean, did that feel, completing your first 17 passes, did that seem like you were really in a rhythm or? Yeah,
the biggest word I think is control. I just felt like I was in control. I would say our entire offense felt like that. We had a really good grasp of the scheme and what we wanted to do versus their scheme. So, again, we're just going to try to continue to emulate that, as the weeks continue to stack here. And I feel like, already going into this third down, Thursday practice, we have a really good feel of kind of what we want to do this game.
Did you feel like you had to go through the adversity you went through earlier in your career to become the player you are? Or if you were in this situation your rookie year, do you think you would have been able to, become the player at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very thankful about, everything that I dealt with, the good and the bad. So I don't know if there's a way to answer that or if AI can somehow generate what I would have been like in that situation. But, yeah, I would say, I don't know, I guess, is the short answer. But I'm very happy and very grateful about where I'm at right now.
What's kind of a process you go through when a new player comes in, like Rashid, trying to figure out how to hit the ground running with them and kind of building everything up from the ground level? How do you try to attack that and get to know a guy? It can even be in the offseason, get to know those initial steps to get to where you want to go. Yeah,
I think just communicating, I think, is the biggest thing. Get to know each other, but at the same time, there's not truly enough time to really get to know them. We're going to get to know each other on the field more so than off the field. But that'll come with reps and being around each other, just getting to know one another and building that trust and chemistry.
When it comes to the offensive line, I think a couple of your linemen talked about it on game day, just kind of their approach at the line of scrimmage. Mike mentioned it was a great week of practice for the O-line. How did they force the issue up front?
Yeah, I think the O-line's been, I feel like I say this every week, but they're just continuing to grow. Not just as individuals. Obviously, they're growing as individuals, but as a group. I feel like they're continuing to build that chemistry with each other and that cohesiveness. So, we're just going to continue to build off of that and continue to I think the biggest thing, too, is just in and out of the huddle and kind of the operation of everything that we're doing. So as long as we continue to be good and crisp with our operation, we'll continue to move the ball, down the field.
The quarterback skill of eye deception and looking off defenders, who in your past really stressed that, and at what point in your career was that big?
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I think going back to, Pop Warner high school, like that's one of the first things that you learn as a quarterback, and I think it's a lot easier said than done. But I think, with Coach Janoko, like we do such a good job here of kind of coaching that in the plays. Like even going back to OTAs, like right when you teach it, it's, all right, here we go, eyes away, and then we're starting there, and, it's just the way that we teach it, and I think that's the best way to go about it. In terms of being able to coach it up.
So each play, Janoko says, eyes here, then play here?
Not each play, not every play. There's definitely certain concepts where you gotta, start your eyes to see what they're doing. But yeah, I think and again, being in the league for, 8 years now, I think there comes a little bit of savviness to it as well. You guys saw that clip of Stafford, no look in that 20-yard, in cut. So there's things like that guys like him can do that no one else can. But there's other ways that, a lot of quarterbacks can affect the defense with their eyes and the way they're looking.
You're starting to see defenses do kind of abnormal things to take away JSN and leave maybe some other things vulnerable?
Yeah, I mean, I think, a great example of that would have been Torrey's second touchdown. Just trying to double him, and you leave other guys on an island with other great receivers that we have. So, that's kind of that. Yeah.
When you talk about like getting in and out of the huddle crisply, is there a benefit to that beyond just the obvious of having more time at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, I think just always being on the attack. The defense not knowing what cadence we're going to use. There's a lot of different things that, it affects about, obviously our style and what we want to do as an offense, but what the defense is doing.
In your experience, how much you guys are playing Arizona for like the second time in 5 weeks or whatever, how much do teams try to change from one game to the next like that?
I mean, shoot, they do a really good job of changing up their defense, bringing the same looks, bringing different looks from the same looks. So, I mean, they do a lot of things defensively, and again, like I always say, I feel like their players make it go, though. Like the guys that they have are very smart and intelligent, it seems like, and they're able to kind of make that system go with all the stuff that they're doing.
You've obviously started to get more attention with your play and the team's play, and you've seen both sides of it, where it can turn on a dime and people say the worst thing. So
yeah.
What's been your experience that you've learned from to kind of handle the attention that's building?
Oh, man. I think I said it 20 times during the offseason, but just taking it one day at a time. I think that's the easiest way to do it, and I think it fits my personality the best anyways. Like, I'm not going to be someone who gets too high or too low. I'm just going to take it one day at a time, and I know a lot of guys in that locker room have the same mindset.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks receiver Cody White.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have great news. We're having our biggest sale of the year, over $300 off our normal pricing through December 19th. We know it's hard to stay on track during the holidays, and we want to help. This could be the year you actually lose weight over the holidays and set yourself up for success in January. The best part, you can lose weight and still enjoy those special holiday dinners. No shots, no exercise, no fake food, just a plan that teaches you how to reset your metabolism and keep the weight off for good. Free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I've worked with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic for years, and this is the biggest sale I've ever seen from them. $300 off? I did the program myself, losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Take advantage of this awesome sale before the holidays.
Join the 4,000 clients who we've helped lose 20 to 30 pounds in 60 days and take advantage of our lowest pricing of the year. Even if you want to start in January, lock in these prices now. Our remote programs allow you to lose weight from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and autopay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Ross, and Dave Weinberg. Time to go inside The Huddle.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts joining us right now. Ray, how's it going?
All right, can you guys hear me okay? It sounds a little spotty.
Yeah, we got you.
Yep. Okay.
Ray, I'm going to start by, I was looking up just kind of top 10 passing stats. So this was in terms of total yards. Of the top 10 passers in the league in terms of total yards, Sam Darnold and Bo Nix have been sacked the fewest times. Each have been sacked just 9 times. I couldn't wait for Thursday to ask you whether you've seen improved pass pro from the offensive line, improved play, or is this just maybe taking less pressure off from fewer dropbacks? What are you seeing?
No, I honestly see really good pass protection. I actually took some screenshots. I went back and watched like the last 3 games last night, and I took some screenshots of the pocket that Sam Darnold is throwing from. And so when you're an offensive lineman, the guards and the center, they set the depth of the pocket, and the tackles set the width of the pocket. And most times, one of those is going to be weak. Either you're going to get a lot of pressure up the middle from the guard, tackle, center spot, or you're going to get collapse from the outside. But they've been able to keep a nice, like, 2 or 3 foot space around Sam Darnold where he can really step into the throws and deliver a throw. He's not throwing off his back foot, those types of things. The other night, when the commentators, Chris Collinsworth and those guys were talking about how well he was going through his progressions, well, that's usually a function of your protection. If you don't have to rush through the progressions, you can take your time, reset your feet, and make really good throws. And that's what he's been able to do. And so if you watch, especially the film from the Commanders game, this dude was like a lot of times quarterbacks are throwing from a phone booth. This guy was like throwing from like I don't know what other booth is bigger than a phone booth, but it was bigger than that. And so and so he had a lot of time to make the reads, and then he had enough space to step into the throws. And so I think it is a function of better pass protection, and whether that's better coaching or the players are maturing into what they're capable of doing. Raible is playing above what I think a lot of people thought he would be able to do as a rookie coming from the league that he came from. And so I think it's hats off to everybody involved, the coaches, the play calling, and the actual effort by the offensive line.
You know, Ray, I always have said that offensive linemen have a tight bond. It's because they're bonded by misery. They don't ever get credit for anything. Sam Darnold is he has the fewest sacks in the NFL right now, and he's on pace, Ray, for like 20. And last year, Gino got sacked 50 times. So I mean, I feel like we're not talking enough about the offensive line. I get it's just kind of like I said, the misery of that you only get talked about if you are, if things are going wrong. But right. I feel like we should be screaming it from the rooftops. That's pretty amazing. And now I know a lot of it has to do with, receivers getting open, the timing, Sam's movement around the pocket, but you can't, we just haven't seen like the jailbreak this year at all. And it's been pretty amazing, and maybe a little bit more credit deserved there.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. The good thing, though, is that as an offensive lineman, we don't really – if there's an offensive lineman that's craving the attention, then that's an offensive lineman that's, probably pretty selfish type of dude. Like, we're not dudes that are going to be out, like, toting our flag going, hey, look at us and this, that, and the other thing. But I will say that, around maybe some people get caught up into what the running game looks like. But in pass protection, they're doing a tremendous job. I think both tackles are probably in the top 10 to 12 as it comes to low pressure rates from the tackle spot. The whole offensive line started the season, if you follow the Pro Football Focus stuff, I think they were like around 31 to 32. I would imagine that they're probably up towards the middle of the pack. And I felt like if they were towards the middle of the pack going into the last half of the season, that this team had a chance to really do some damage in the playoffs. And so they seem to be setting themselves up for that. And then, like the running game, we keep saying the raw numbers don't look as great as we'd like them to look. But at the end of the day, they've been effective, and they've been able to. The run game has been able to impact some of those explosive plays in the pass game. So right now, I'm going to be cool with it. There's always chance, the running game can just click all 1 week. You find 2 or 3 plays that work out of 2 or 3 different formations, and then you're off and running. So I'm not going to panic over that, but I am excited about how they're protecting the quarterback and giving Sam time to do what Sam does.
Hey, Ray, what do you say to the notion that, well, these guys just played the Commanders? It wasn't a big win. Me, where I'm at, big homie. You go out there, you play any NFL team on a Sunday, on a Monday or Thursday or whatever, you better bring your A game because you're liable to get beat.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like one of the worst, like, to me, criticisms in all the sports is you can only play who's on your schedule. And the flip side of that is if you go out there and get smacked by the Commanders, then it's like, oh, see, they're not as good as we thought they were because you wanted them to go out there and beat the crap out of the Commanders. So do you go beat the crap out of them? Well, they just played the Commanders. It's like so you're like in a no-win situation. So that's why in the locker room, and you know this, Bump and Dave, that you just got to be blind and deaf to all that kind of stuff because you're going to be praised 1 minute and then chopped down the next minute. That's the nature of this of the culture around sports nowadays is that you can't be good enough and sometimes you can't even be bad enough, and so you just got to kind of keep your focus on what you're doing, stay connected to those daily habits that are allowing you to be successful, and then let the chips fall where they fall. And so I have no problems with them beating the crap out of whoever's on the schedule. I don't care what the record is, what the power ranking is, if you can even have that in the NFL. You have to play the teams that are in front of you, and they've gone out and done a good job doing it.
Absolutely have done a good job. Again, even though people were, I think some people taken away from them, like Bump said after that win, it was still a statement win, and it's got a lot of people debating whether or not they're the best team in the league. I think for a lot of folks, there's still some stuff they want to see. But, Ray, what about you? Is there still something you're still waiting to see, still something this team needs to prove, or have you seen enough?
The only thing, Stacy, is just the consistency in the run game. Yeah. Like I said, the overall yardage is at the end of the games is usually pretty good. But I think it was you that early in the season, after like week 4 or 5 or something, you had a stat where in the run game they had the most non-gain yards and lost yardage. I think they had like 30 of those types of plays. And so if they can eliminate half of those, that means that now they're operating in shorter distances for third down. They've been successful on first and second down. They're not going to go in this slump like they had where they were like 1 for 12 or whatever it was on third down conversions, because that means that you're not able to run the ball when you want to run the ball. And sometimes down the stretch, getting into the playoffs when you get into 4-minute offense, you don't want to be throwing the ball, putting it in the air, creating opportunities for turnovers and getting the ball tipped and then intercepted or whatever. You want to be able to run the ball when you want to run the football. And so I think that part of their offense needs to progress a little bit. I posted today that when I'm watching an offensive lineman in the run game, there's 4 things I look for. One is how quick and fast they get off the ball. 2 is like their pad level and their hand placement, those types of things. 3 is your footwork, like if you're taking the right angles and depth and steps with your feet. And then the 4th thing was the connectedness. And connectedness is kind of like staying in phase for a defensive back. So when you engage a defensive lineman, you want to be able to stay engaged throughout the block. There are some dudes that can fire off the ball the first 2 steps, they're good, but then they fall to the ground, they slip off the block, and then all of a sudden the defender's standing right in the hole. And that's happening a lot on the front side of our run plays, especially on the stretch zone. So the tight ends, the receivers, that tackle to that side, the guard going to the second level, they have to stay a little bit more connected in those blocks because it takes a little bit longer for the running back to get there. And so when I look at the running game, because it'll look like initially like, oh, man, there's a lot of space over there, and then it's a two-yard gain. Mm-hmm. That's because they're not staying connected. And so that connectedness in the run game, if it improves, I think you'll see better execution in the run game.
See, guys, this is why it's always great to talk to former players. This kind of insight. Big Ray Roberts. Ray, we appreciate you.
Yeah, I know that you guys got to get to break and all that stuff, but I just have a little bit of stuff on my heart today.
Of course.
With the player, committing suicide and stuff from the Cowboys. Yeah. I just want to say, man, 988 is the number to call for anybody that is feeling suicidal, or if you have a loved one that you think is feeling suicidal, you can call that number and get some help. And the other thing is that, man, people are struggling, especially our men in our culture. There's all this talk around toughness and being soft and all these kinds of things, but men make up about 80% of all suicides in the United States, and a big number of those men are between the ages of 40 and probably 60. So those are the main people that are preaching this toughness and softness stuff. And at the end of the day, people are dying. And so I just wish that people would start really seeing people for who they are. understanding that life is up and downs and wins and losses, and sometimes you're going through struggle and you need people. And sometimes you feel like you have to go through it alone, but life wasn't meant to go through it alone. So find someone to talk to. If you know someone that is struggling, be a safe space for them to talk to. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to say anything, but your presence, just your presence alone, sitting beside somebody, letting them talk or just being quiet or whatever it is, changes like your whole chemical makeup in your body to give you an opportunity to have hope and another chance to kind of get back on track in your life. You know, I was in a really deep, dark place in my life a few years ago, and I can't say that I would ever hurt myself, but I can't say that I would have not have done that. But had it not been for my ex-wife and Stacy Gregory, my ex-wife is Beth Roberts and Sandy Gregory, who worked for the Seahawks back in the day. Had it not been for them being in my corner and helping me get to the place I needed to be, I don't know where I would be today. I would not be on this call with you guys today. I know that for sure. And so if you are suffering in any kind of way, don't buy into this tough, I got to go at it alone, soft kind of stuff. Go find the help you need. And if you're someone that knows someone that is isolating and feeling that way, go show up for them. Be a man and show up for them in that way. That's all I got to say.
Well said, Ray.
Thanks,
Glad
Ray.
you said something.
Love
Thank
you, Ray.
you.
You guys have a good one.
Steve Raible joins us next.
Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley. Available now, wherever you listen.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joining us right now ahead of a Week 10 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. Raves, how's it going?
Hey, guys. I hope you can hear me. I seem to have a really lousy signal here today. How's it working?
Oh, you sound great. We can hear you just fine.
I didn't know rotary phones had a signal.
I knew there was something coming here from Wyman.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you guys at all. I'm going to have.
Oh no. Okay.
Let's try.
Go ahead and hang
again.
up.
Let's
We'll have Matt
back.
call him back. I'm curious to ask Raves, in addition to constantly asking you two, what's a key to a win and things like that. I'm trying to pin down whether the Arizona Cardinals are a team that can't finish and isn't good, or a team that has been in every single game and is on the verge. I was listening to a take this morning that they should be a 5-win team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing about the NFL, and maybe this Jacoby Brissett combination there is what works for him. I mean, he sure looked good the other night, but yeah, they're a very dangerous team. You know, it's always like this, right? You look at a team like that, oh, they're not winning games, and then the more you get into it and the more the week goes on, all of a sudden you're like, oh, damn. And, you know, that's something that you looked at as a player. Like I never knew what somebody's record was. Mm-hmm. All I knew was I'm watching film. That guy's a baller. That guy's a baller. Look at this. I mean, yeah, it's and that's kind of what we're looking at here with the Cardinals.
All right, Raible, do we have you? Can you hear us?
I can. It's not great. I don't know what it is. I'm in Bermuda right now. That might be the problem.
Well, we can hear you
really.
just fine. So if you let me know when I ask this question if you can't hear me. Otherwise, you're coming in clear over here. I wanted to ask about just kind of how you see the Arizona Cardinals. They had 5 losses in a row, but by a combined 18 points. I feel like as the week inches closer to Sunday, I become a little more nervous about this matchup. What kind of team do you see?
Yeah, we played a month. It took it all the way down to the final seconds of the game, and Jason Myers kicks a field goal, and you win it down there. And you'll take a win any way you can get it. You don't get style points, but this is a good football team. And as you said, they're getting better all the time. I think they're going to be a tougher football team this week than we played before, simply because of the changes on offense. But that defense is for real now. They'll get after you. They held Dallas to 10 points, the defense did, on Monday Night Football. Dallas in 3 straight games had scored over 40 points. So this is a good football team, and believe me, nobody in Renton at the VMAC is taking it lightly.
Hey, Rabes, what did you think about the trade deadline acquisition with Shaheed? Kind of a cool player and really quick. I love that Clint Kubiak, knows all about him. It seemed like kind of a luxury. It's not like they had to go and fill depth at one place. It was more of, hey, let's get some more weapons with our really hot quarterback right now.
Yeah, it just so happened that they also have lost 3 wide receivers in a week and a half. That did not play the other day, and they were, bringing people up off the practice squad, and they all performed well. Cody White with a 60-yard touchdown catch and run. But this kid is something special. They really like him, and I think the best thing that they talked about the other day was how well he fits the culture. And then you listen to him. I was out there yesterday and had a chance to listen to him in his initial press conference, and he's a thoughtful young man. We already can tell he's talented. He's fast as the wind. He can take the top off of defense. He's willing to do what they ask, and he fits that culture that the Seahawks have there. So I think it's a huge win. And you look at all of those so-called experts. I look at you guys as experts, not so-called, but experts. But you look at the other guys, the so-called guys on TV and all that, and even they say, the Seahawks may have done the best job in just one simple trade, and that is getting Rashid Shaheed to come help with this offense and just give them one more weapon.
Rabes, Jacoby Brissett plays football the way that I think most offensive coordinators would prefer. But Kyler Murray also brings something to the table that Brissett doesn't. Stacy asked me this question, so I'm going to ask you to look into your crystal ball over there. And when Kyler Murray is healthy, do you see a situation where he might not be the starter because Jacoby's playing so well?
Well, it's a great question. And if I knew, I'd be pulling down about $8 or $9 million a year as a GM instead of, kind of a flunky announcer. I think that at some point Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, he's going to have to make that call, obviously. And I believe they're going to go with, as every coach will tell you, who gives us the best opportunity to win. And, when you take a look at Kyler, he doesn't have a winning record as a starter. He's a heck of an athlete. There's no question about that. He's an unbelievable scrambler. He's not the best passer. And you know what? What did we sack him like 5 or 6 times in the game last time? Jacoby Brissett is more of that big, tall, strong, drop-back guy who can keep himself out of trouble. He can throw the ball deep. He throws accurately in the short zones, and he won't take a lot of sacks. He won't try to make something happen when there's nothing there. So it's going to be a real test for the Seahawks defense, and I think ultimately your question was, I think if he continues to win, which he has done since he's been in there, I think if and when Kyler Murray gets healthy, you stay with Jacoby Brissett.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Rabes, thanks. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Rabes.
All right, guys. Thank you.
See you, Rabes.
Have a good one. All right, still to come, John Boyle's joining us at 1:44. We're going to wrap up the huddle, take a look ahead to Sunday. Before then, though, we got to learn more about the Arizona Cardinals. ESPN's Josh Weinfuss joins us next.
Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders.
nestled in there with the two sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for everyone. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce cup of coffee, but with 0 sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
Target's early Black Friday deals are finally here, and they're moving fast. Take 40% off select gifts and holiday decor for 3 days only, ending this Saturday. Score can't-miss deals on new fits for the whole fam, festive lights and decorations to brighten your home, and even top toys like select Lego sets for endless holiday fun. Shop in-store or online with free shipping. But don't miss out. 40% off gifts and holiday decor and Saturday only at Target. Restrictions apply. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Taking a look at this week's opponent, the Arizona Cardinals, with Arizona Cardinals reporter for ESPN, Josh Weinfuss. Josh, how's it going?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm great, and I have been looking forward to asking you about Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray because I have some questions, and we got to get to some other stuff here. But when I saw the news of Jacoby getting the start and Kyler was not on IR, and Admittedly, I'm not paying as close attention to some of the injuries. I thought, oh my God, are they going with Jacoby? And then you hear that Kyler was on IR. So what was kind of the actual sequence of events there? What's really going on? And then how has the offense looked with Brissett?
Yeah, so the way it worked was, so Monday night they beat Dallas. Tuesday morning they announced actually I guess Tuesday afternoon, Jonathan Gannon announced that Jacoby Brissett will start Sunday against the Seahawks. And then Wednesday they announced that Kyler Murray was going on IR with the foot injury. So it was interesting because the last month has been kind of crazy covering this team because of the quarterback unknown. So for the first two games after Kyler got hurt in week 5, the Cardinals just kind of strung everyone along. It was a little cat and mouse game. They wanted to say whether Kyler was going to play or who was going to start until they absolutely had to, which was like Sunday pregame. And then leading into the Monday night game, they announced Jacoby was going to start Saturday morning, which was a kind of a shift. And then a couple of days later, they announced on Tuesday of game week that Jacoby was going to start again, which was kind of like very interesting. But then obviously it made sense because Kyler was put on IR the next day. So there we are. Kyler's out for at least 4 weeks. Gannon said he hopes he'll come back this season. He wants him to come back this season. But I think right now everyone's just kind of like, we're in wait-and-see mode with Kyler, and we're going to see how well this offense continues to play under Jacoby Brissett.
Hey, Josh, this Walter Nolan kid burst on the scene. had a really good game, pass knocked down. He had a sack, 3 solo tackles, but that was your first-round pick this year. Just tell us about, how excited everybody was about him, but then also just, what's been holding him off the roster.
Yeah, so he's been dealing with a calf injury, suffered in between mini camp and training camp. So he hasn't practiced until the last few weeks. Missed all of training camp, obviously missed the first, handful of weeks of the season. But then, to say he burst on the scene is pretty accurate, right? And he did so on Monday Night Football in front of millions of people, and played well. I think he played 37 snaps, had a tackle, had a sack, couple tackles for loss. Really had an impact when he was on the field and showed why he was a first-round pick. He's super quick, very light feet for a guy his size. He's massive. And he just kind of showed that he can kind of wreck an offensive line and wreck a game plan pretty quickly. And I think on this defensive front, he fits in very well because it's full of veterans. They're very deep, so he doesn't need to do a ton right off the bat. He can kind of work himself into the rotation, into kind of the game plan, into the feel. And I think that's going to, honestly, just watching him in practice and watching what he did in the game, to me, this is just the beginning. He could be very, very good.
Hey, going back to the quarterback situation, obviously it was an easy decision to keep Jacoby as your starter because Kyler Murray going to the IR. But when I watch the tape, it looks like Jacoby is just efficient at running this offense. If Kyler were healthy, do you feel like the decision would be made to keep Jacoby, or if it should be made to keep Jacoby?
No, if I had that answer, I would be making a ton of money in Las Vegas right now. I don't know. Here's the thing,
it's an opinion.
I think if Kyler was ready to come back, I think they would have given Jacoby at least one more week, right? This offense was, like you said, it was running significantly better with Jacoby Brissett behind center than it was with Kyler Murray. And we're talking scoring more than a touchdown a game with Jacoby. I think he's averaging more than 110 yards more than Kyler was passing a game. The offense it broke 300 yards every game with Jacoby back there. It's just playing better than moving the ball downfield. They're taking deep shots. They're getting Marvin Harrison Jr. involved more. Everything this team's been trying to do for the first 5 weeks of the season, they were able to do the last 3 weeks when Brissett was at quarterback. And I think that just leads to a lot of questions, right? Kyler, what's Kyler's future going to be here? What's this offense going to look like? For the rest of the season, is Jacoby the long-term answer? Is he just kind of the bridge quarterback until they can go get somebody else? Then if we want to take it a level deeper, it's the conversation between big and small quarterbacks comes up again. What do you want? What's better for an offense? What's better for this offense? So I do think they would have given him at least one more game. I think it would have been irresponsible to not give Jacoby one more start at least, just because of how well they're playing. And he snapped a 5-game losing streak. I think he earned that extra start, but now he doesn't have to worry about it, right? And I think what's going to be interesting is during the next 4 weeks, if this team plays well, and they're going to play, I think all 4 of the games they have coming up are winnable ball games. If they can go 2-2, 3-1 of the next stretch, and Kyler can come back after 4 weeks, they're going to be faced with a very significant decision. And if they play well and they're winning games, I think it's going to, I don't know how you go away from Jacoby at that point.
Let's go to the defense. Josh, tell us a bit about how this defense is done against the pass.
Against the pass, very well, right? They're coming into their own. It's always been a pretty loaded unit. The Cardinals spent a lot of capital this offseason rebuilding this defense. And obviously we saw the first time these two teams played on Thursday Night Football, like the Cardinals defense kept Arizona in the game, and the offenses couldn't get that key first down to end it. And then obviously they scored like touchdowns and the game-winning field goal and all that stuff. But this defense it's coming into its own. They have a very good pass rush, which makes the secondary's job a little bit easier. They got back Garrett Williams, who is their slot corner. He's become like the key cog to this defense. A lot of people for years considered that Budda Baker. Obviously, you guys know him very well up there. And Budda's still a key component, but it seems like when Garrett Williams is back on the field, this defense runs very, very smooth. They have 2 young corners in Will Johnson out of Michigan. He was a second-round pick, and Denzel Burke out of Ohio State. He was a late-round pick. They've been playing very, very well lately, kind of coming into their own on the fly. And then obviously you have Budda Baker in the deep secondary along with Jalen Thompson, who obviously you guys know very well from his time in Washington State up there as well. So they've been able to figure out how to stop the passing games, and then they've been able to they held the Cowboys to 10 offensive points, which is very impressive considering they were scoring 40 points a game at home. So this is a defense that's going to have its work cut out for them. Obviously we saw what Seattle did, especially in the first half against Washington. And then they added some speedy talent. So they're going to have their work cut out for them. And it'll be interesting to see how they adapt, because the Cowboys passing game was good, but I think the Seahawks passing game is great. So it'll be a challenge for this team.
Hey, Josh, I remember when Calais Campbell won NFL Man of the Year. He gave one of the best speeches I'd ever heard, and I just so impressed by him. I mean, just getting it done at 39, and he's I don't know, it seems like because he's 6'8", 315, that there's a lot of things that could break down. But, oh, my God, I mean, 5 sacks. I mean, just what does he mean to that team?
Basically everything at this point. He's kind of the locker room heart and soul, right? He's the guy that they brought him in to be a leader, and he's done more than that, right? He's been able to lead by example. He's been able to lead by just talking to guys. He's been a mentor. But then, like you said, like he's gone on the field and played at such a high level at this point in his career. I think he's probably playing a little too much, but they've also needed him to play a little too much. But what he's doing is unbelievable, right? Like he's truly benefiting from having so much depth up front. I think a lot of offenses don't really give him enough attention. So he's getting a lot of one-on-ones, and he's winning those one-on-ones. And like you said, he's huge. So he's getting his hands up, deflecting passes, all that stuff. But he's a heart and soul of this team off the field, and he's become a key component on the field as well.
He is ESPN's Josh Weinfuss. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
John Boyle joins us next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks receiver Cody White.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live, tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush. Or you'll be sorry.
Kinematics Marine Equipment reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Kinematics Marine Equipment, your nationwide source for marine deck gear in their new location next to the Arlington Airport or online at kinematicsmarine.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Stacy Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's ProSculpt.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seahawks reporter John Boyle joining us right now. Take a look ahead to Week 10, and then we'll all wrap up with our final thoughts ahead of this one. I'm going to start with the Seahawks' newest addition, Rashid Shaheed, acquired from the Saints for a 4th and 5th round pick. He was here yesterday. You guys got a chance to talk to him a bit, ask him a few questions. So my question's a twofold. One, your impressions of him in those moments and kind of what he said. And secondly, what he could mean for this offense.
There we go. That's my
fault.
fault.
I am not a radio professional. I forgot to turn on the
That was on me, Boyle.
Yeah, I mean, just impression. It seemed like really good kid. Just hearing him talk to the media, and just seemed to say all the right things and have a good attitude about being here, trying to fit in, and he made the comment he wants to be here long term, all that. So everything you'd want to hear from him. But yeah, as a player, I think I mean, look, this offense already has a lot of really good weapons. They've been incredibly explosive in the passing game and done a lot of really good things. But when you can add a guy that can take the top off a defense like he can, that can do so many different things, that's just going to, it's going to help all the guys around him. He's obviously going to make his own plays, but he's going to make, if teams want to really try to take away JSN, then it creates opportunities for a guy who can stretch the field like Rashid. Or if they want to put a safety over there to not let him run past the defense, then that's more room for other guys to work, and he's going to help you on special teams. I mean, he's a guy that can do a lot of things.
I think it's cool that, you have a guy here that coached him.
Oh, yeah.
And, all the stuff like we're privy to are, we look at stats and we watch the player on the field and everything. But these guys like Clint Kubiak, I mean, he has an entire history with him, basically going through a season or two. I mean, it's to me, that's the best part of it, that he knows exactly what you're getting, right?
Yeah, well, and the front office feels a lot better about going out and taking a midseason swing when they have someone with that experience with them. It's like you're not just making a trade based off what a guy looks like on tape. You've talked to a coach that has coached him and knows him very well as a person, as a player, and they think he'll be a good fit here. And then just also schematically, it could be hard for a receiver to come into a new team midseason in a lot of circumstances and pick up the offense right away. That learning curve is going to be very minimal just because he knows the offense.
Seems like a really nice guy, because most wide receivers are divas, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Totally.
Right, Bob?
No, they are.
Totally. Just the best ones. So I didn't make it. How does Sam Darnold not repeat what he did last week, right? But it's more like I have the same questions of of Daniel Jones that people have of Sam Darnold. Like, when is this thing going to end, right? Because I don't fully believe in what Daniel Jones is doing over there. I think he's playing good ball. I'll take it, but I'm waiting for the fall. Should people still be waiting for the fall over here, or do you think it's pretty legit at this point?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know how you look at – he's done it now for a second straight season with two different teams. What is happening?
My phone is listening to me.
Is that your phone or Wyman's phone?
I think it was my phone. My phone is. I must have said
Sorry,
something
Boyle.
that would rhyme with eerie, and she answered.
She's
My
trying to
bad.
translate Daniel
Sarah's
Jones.
like answering Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, it'd be one thing if I get, I think Daniel Jones is playing a hell of a season, having a hell of a season, but I get that as like, okay, he's doing it for the first time. Sam Darnold's doing this for a second straight season for a second team, second offensive coordinator. Like, that feels very real to me. I know people like to really focus on the two rough games at the end of the year last year, but the 2-year body work now for Sam Darnold is pretty impressive. And yeah, you're not going to complete 17 straight passes every week and throw 4 touchdowns, but like everything we've seen makes this feel very legit. I think that they've got a great quarterback here.
We were just joined by ESPN's Josh Weinfuss to preview this game. And one thing I've always appreciated about Josh, because we've had him on obviously a ton with a divisional opponent, is that he's really blunt about the Cardinals. So anytime he's kind of optimistic or like high on certain parts of the field or what they're doing, it's like, oh, that's a very genuine kind of belief in some of what they're doing. And
he doesn't sugarcoat it like me.
He doesn't sugarcoat it, but importantly, I have heard him talk about this team when he clearly does not believe in them, and it's not what he sounded like today. I think that Arizona fans see this as a team that's had some close losses and has a chance against Seattle. What's the challenge here for the Seahawks?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just start out with we've seen over the course of really football history, but especially with the Cardinals and Seahawks, like divisional games, you can't just look at, okay, our record's this, their record's this, this team's going to roll. Like, divisional games are always tough, and as you said, a lot of close losses. I mean, you'd think 5-game losing streak, this must be a bad team, but they've lost some really close games to some good teams, and, they pushed the Seahawks to the brink, took them to overtime earlier this season. So, yeah, I mean, they do a lot of tough things on defense. Their offense looks to be playing better with Jacoby Brissett right now. If they can keep him, one of the hardest things to do against Seahawks is keep a quarterback clean, and Seahawks pass rush has been really good, but if they can do that, I think, they're going to be a pretty real threat.
How about the offensive line? You were talking about the 2 rough games for Sam Darnold at the end of the year. He got sacked 9 times in one of those games against the Rams. Yeah. We've been sacked 9 times this year. We were talking about the fact that they're on pace for like 20 sacks, if they continue at this pace. But offensive line maybe not getting enough love.
No, I think it's, what they've done. That was probably the biggest concern about this team coming into the year is, did they improve the line enough? They used a first-round pick, but people wondered, should they spend a bunch of money on other interior linemen? And I think kind of the optimistic view that maybe a lot of more pessimistic fans didn't want to listen to is if you say, look, they may not have made wholesale change up front, but you get a new scheme that's going to be more offensive line friendly. You get really good coaches in here who've coached a lot of offensive lines. And, you marry that together, and yes, you add a great player in first-round pick, Raible. The line could take a pretty big leap, and they've done that. The scheme is helping them a lot, just the way they're coached, I think. And that's just the group has gotten better as a whole, and the continuity really helps. They've had everybody out there, knock on wood, all season so far. So, yeah, it's, that when you talk about areas that this team has improved the most, that might be it.
Naturally, when you get a guy like Rashid, you start thinking about, okay, well, who's going to be hurt the most in this situation? I think it helps Torrey Horton, but when you look at that core, who do you think probably has a smaller role now that Rashid is here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It's going to take a few weeks for that to really play out because I think maybe his role will grow as he gets, fully immersed in the system. He might not play as much Sunday as he will the next couple weeks. And then also we don't know yet about a guy like Cooper Kupp's health. But it is, I mean, he'll cut into some playing time for guys because, they don't play a ton of 3-4 receiver sets in this offense. They play a lot of 12 personnel. They get fullback involved. So it's like there are going to be, a little bit of a reduced role for guys. But you can steal a few snaps for everybody here and there. It's like maybe Cooper Kupp plays 5 fewer snaps or even JSN. He's obviously putting in a lot of mileage every game, just running the routes he does and the production he does. So you can get a guy involved without just drastically reducing one player's role.
Time for some of our final thoughts before we wrap this one up. We'll be very quick with it. Someone that has a chance to have a big game. And this one will go Wyman, Boyle, Bump.
Okay, someone who has a chance to have a big game. To go with Drake Thomas. He's played really well, played his way into a starter, really, and a guy wearing the green dot. And I think it was Moyer sent a clip of him coming up and just smashing a tackle.
That was me.
Was that you, Bump?
That was me.
Yeah. I should always assume it's you, not Moyer. Moyer's lazy. He's on vacation right now. But yeah, man, that was unbelievable that he's that kind of a player. I haven't seen a guy step up and take on a block like that in a long time. And he made the tackle as well. And like you asked Bobby Wagner, you're not out there to hit guards. You're out there to hit the ball carrier. And he did a great job with that too.
Boyle.
I'm going to go with a real controversial one and say Jackson Smith and Jigba. No, but what I will say, I think this team's due for someone to really pop in the run game. They actually had a season-high rushing yards against Arizona last time around. So I'm going to say Kenneth Walker. This is the game where they finally get, that 100-yard rusher, really get the ground game going.
Bump.
I got Byron Murphy. Guard play with the Cardinals is not great, and I think he will exploit that.
All right, Arizona Cardinals here in Seattle taking on the Seahawks at 1:05 p.m. Wyman on the call with Rabes, Bump, pre and post, and obviously check out John's work at Seahawks.com.
You've been listening to The Huddle, exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app. Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks. Wyman and Bob.
Is this like a signature win?
Every afternoon at 2.
To try to get people to believe in this team. They just cruised the entire way.
While I think it's an impressive win, I wouldn't call it a signature win based on the opponent. To me, a signature win is beat the Rams. Beat a team, especially in your division, that's really good record-wise. That's what I would title a signature win. If they beat the Rams, that's the best opponent they've got in like the next 5 games.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak, your home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Mr. K's Construction reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit Bucky's.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Don Mattingly is leaving his role as bench coach of the Toronto Blue Jays, who in turn exercised manager John Schneider's contract option for the 2026 season after coming within one victory of their first World Series title since '93. Mattingly joined the Blue Jays following the 2022 season as a bench coach to Schneider. Former Yankee slugger, 6-time All-Star, became Toronto's offensive coordinator before the 24 season, but returned to his role as bench coach at the end of that year. Meanwhile, tragic news in the world of the NFL is Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Kneeland, 24 years old, apparently committed suicide, a self-inflicted gunshot wound, the cause of death. The statement put out by the team didn't mention the cause of death. They did say, quote, "It is with extreme sadness that the Dallas Cowboys share that Marshawn Kneeland tragically passed away this morning. He was a beloved teammate and member of our organizations. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend, Catalina, and his family.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We are coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. We got a big show coming your way. Sam Farmer, NFL writer for the LA Times, will join us here at 2:30. Senior NFL writer for Yahoo Sports, Frank Schwab, will join us at 3 p.m. Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times joins us at 4 p.m. And Mike Morris of your Seattle Seahawks will join us at some point in the 5 o'clock hour after their meetings are done. And, that's always best guess. So somewhere around 5 o'clock or thereafter, we'll speak with Mike Morris. You've got your text line there for you at 866-979-3776. You guys want to weigh in on the Seahawks, anything else going on in the world of sports, that is there for you. Meanwhile, we'll get our first look at newest signing, Rashid Shaheed, this weekend going up against the Cardinals. He spoke with the media and talked about the fact that he'd like to be here on the long-term situation.
Can be a free agent at the end of the year. Is that anything on your mind now as you come here, or are you just kind of worry about that later?
No, I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay, man. So I'm excited. We can figure something out after the offseason, or after the season ends. But yeah, I'm excited.
You're looking at this as your new home?
Long term, yeah. Yes, sir.
You got to hit that hold on button, Dave.
I was in here, we had to switch around the microphones and everything, and there was a 1 in 4 chance. That was 1 in 3.
Actually, 1 in 3, yeah.
Because you already had one. I should have reached over and turned yours off. That's what I should have done.
It's a long reach for you, though. I'm all the way over here.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's something that, he's saying. Obviously, you're going to say that, right? So, I mean, yeah, but I just think they wouldn't have got him if he wasn't a really good guy that fits into the culture here. And, and there are some people that aren't into all that. I remember, and I won't mention who it was, but when Pete came in here, there was somebody Pete was here. He'd been here for like 3 or 4 years. And one of the players told someone else, hey, you don't want any part of what's going on here. So, and that was Pete. He was pretty good, man. He was a guy that believed in players and, gave guys a second chance and had a lot of fun here and everything. So, it doesn't always work out, and the culture doesn't always agree with everyone. But for sure, and Clint Kubiak does that. He's gonna like it here. So I think, that is something that you would, like I say, things that get said. Of course, he's going to say that, but I think that they are pretty close to positive, knowing that this is going to be a guy who is going to fit right in and he's going to love it here.
Yeah, you hope so. You hope everything works out, that he loves it, they love him, he fits in, he finds whatever his role ultimately is going to be on this team. It looks like one of those deals we talk about years later going, man, what a great deal. Remember when they brought this guy over? Because John's had a number of those. So hopefully this is the next in line. Mike McDonald yesterday just talked about the excitement they have of adding Shaheed to the team.
Really excited. Got in the building this morning, so we're off and running. Their offense is walking through right now. Obviously, as familiarity with Clinton and our system, so hopefully it's expedited getting up to speed, but enjoyed our conversation since the trade, and I know the guys were excited. It's a great opportunity to add to our team. Didn't feel like we were missing, something. It's not like we were trying to plug holes or anything like that. It was just an opportunity to get a great player and to augment what